What is this thing?
Gio should never play for U.S. men's national team again because of the action of his parents.
What an idiot! Oh! What type of Muppet does this?
It's Muppets. Absolute Muppets.
I'm not going to be the best person to give a whole explanation here, but that's...
Booty! Sick! Booty!
Fucking deal with it. What are we really doing?
Yeah, I can agree with that. The zebra in between a tarantula and an elephant
has been nothing more than a sham.
Yeah, we didn't play well, but you know what? At the end of the day, we got the job done.
It's going to be a good time for sure.
Oh, sex with the first cousin would indeed be incest. And
all right. Oh, we got a flip flop. There we go.
I couldn't do it in the middle of the intro, so
yeah. I mean, we didn't even notice that during show prep.
I gotta scroll up like 45 pages just to get back up to the
you mean the comments?
Comment section's already banging.
Well, first I want to say welcome to the Straight Red Card, the favorite show of all stepsisters, first cousins, and grandmas everywhere. I know it's not reflected in the numbers, but I think they are all pretending to be men. The turd in the background says, "Welcome to the Straight Red Card. Not even I can fluff up that toothy BJ of a performance. Don't worry, U.S. men's national team fans. Triple G and his army will rebound against Brazil. Maybe we concede 4 instead of 5. Well, let's hope it, it could be ugly, and we're going to get into that. Obviously, it's, it was a rough weekend, and I watched it with my parents, and, my dad's fairly even keel guy, so he didn't have much to say, but my mom's like, I can't even stand watching this anymore. Like, she just wanted to stop watching. She's like, this is atrocious, and I'm like, yeah, okay. Yeah, it's bad. It's not good. But I don't know. What are you going to do? We don't have a whole lot of fluff today because there's just, otherwise we'll be here for 5 hours, honestly.
As much as most of you would probably prefer that, but no,
yeah,
we don't have that much time.
Right. But you got some, don't you?
I got a little bit.
I mean, we might as well jump straight into the fluff and get it done with because we got so much to cover. What's this? Baseball.
It's a freshman at Clemson, looks like.
Titsworth. I would definitely be changing my name. I mean, I'm sorry. I'm not going to be called Titsworth. That's just bad. But hey, I guess he's, they probably call him Tits in practice.
What about Tits and Mouth? Could you go just slightly change it?
Tits Mouth? No.
Tits and Mouth. Tits and Mouth.
That's even worse. Now, if his name was Dickworth, that would probably be stronger, right? But, it's obviously what you're thinking of are boobs when you say his name. And I guarantee you his nickname on the team.
Oh, I was thinking of the bird.
I'm just telling you, his nickname on the team is going to be Tits. They're not going to say the worst part. I guarantee it. Moises Kingkello. Thank you very much for $4.99. If you got a question or a comment, let us know. We will read it.
Yeah. Post it in the chat if you have something you want to add to that, or if you just want to give us 5, that's cool too. But if you want to actually ask something, I'll look for you in the chat.
And with as much as it's going to be going on, I mean, listen, we're like 3 minutes into the show, 4, and there are already 150 people who are watching. It usually takes 30 minutes to get there. Usually, so it's going to be crazy tonight.
They picked the right show to join early too because there's zero fluff almost.
Yeah. PT69 for $2. Fire Gregg. Yeah, there's a lot of that going around. And now suddenly it's almost unanimous.
Everybody's jumping on board.
I think everybody's saying
trendsetters.
If this is a crappy Copa, Gregg's got to go. I think for others, Gregg's just got to go anyhow. And but we'll get into all that very soon.
I got a legit poll. It's an educated the right people took the time to answer the poll. As far as where Gregg should, whether or not what Gregg should accomplish in order to remain as coach.
Well, you know where I clicked.
Nothing.
That's correct. He could. Gregg could literally do nothing at this point to change my opinion that he's not good enough.
I mean, let's say he strings together a couple of good games in Copa
against Bolivia and Panama.
Nobody has confidence that it's going to be a consistent thing.
I'm concerned about the Panama game.
Yeah.
I really am. I really seriously am.
Well, no, just go back to recent history, because I posted this on somebody, and this is probably our favorite sports lawyer, which we'll bring up later. We almost flamed out in the Nations League against Trinidad and Tobago. We were very close. It was like a 3-2 aggregate.
We should have lost to Jamaica.
We should have lost to Jamaica,
but for a fluke own goal,
and we got curb stomped against Colombia. Mm-hmm. So it's just since he's been back, it hasn't. I've seen nothing. I've seen nothing worthwhile. The only thing that's improved is his rosters have been consistent. But then again, the players aren't playing for him. So,
well, that's a concern, isn't it?
Yeah.
Like now, the players aren't even coming out and playing for you. That says something about you as a coach as well.
Yeah.
And we'll get to that too. But they really look like that. Some of them are just like, yeah, I'm settled in here. There's no pressure on me, you know?
Yeah.
Thank you for the $2, PT. All right.
Let me pull it off real quick. Pull it off.
But, we don't want to blow up quad all here at the beginning. So I think we should move on to your next topic.
A couple of relatively lighthearted topics before we actually get into it, because we're going to be getting into this really early, guys.
Are we going to?
I don't even want to lie. We've got like 8 YouTube videos pulled up here.
Yeah. Oh, and we should get the news out that Brendan Aronson has in fact agreed to stay at Leeds United next season. That was a big deal overseas, by the way, today. And Joe already did his show on it and earlier today, and it sounds like they're fine with it. And they do realize there are going to be some fans who are going to poop all over him, and he's going to have to earn their support again. Yeah. But Aronson apparently said, I have unfinished business here. What he should say, honestly, is I didn't want to take the pay cut because his pay would have been cut in half, and I went to be in Berlin where they were going to pay my salary. So yeah, absolutely. He could, he could be honest about that. A lot of players aren't, but in truth, he also want to make sure he maintained his spot on the men's national team. And that was going to be questionable playing at the championship level. All that doesn't seem to have hurt, Sargent. It certainly hasn't hurt Haji. So if you can perform at the second division in England, you'll probably still get called up. Now, second division in Germany? No. Hell, you can be a starter for the 7th place, 8th place team in the German Bundesliga, Maloney, and not get called up. And we really missed somebody in that game, and we'll get to the Maloney thing. Who would
fucking bite?
Who would step on some toes? We lacked any bite whatsoever. Like with Adams gone, listen, I love Johnny Cardoso, but he ain't Adams. He's not going to chomp a guy. He's not going to bring some guys down and take fouls, smart fouls. But that's what Adams brings you. And he's not even a really big mammal, Adams, but he can do that. Maloney would have given you that exact kind of chomp. This team is missing chomp. It's missing Jermaine Jones. It's
big balls.
It's missing Dempsey. It's missing that kind of chomp. And Jermaine Jones would be a great player to have right now, but hey, can't have it all.
He could come out of retirement, right?
No. I think he's pretty much sold his soul to U.S. soccer and moved on.
Right? Sticking with the Aronson conversation, let's continue with a little bit.
Transfer news. Who's getting mounted on transfer news? Who's getting over on transfer news? Transfer news. Everyone loves that transfer news but me. Whatever.
All right. What do we got?
Oh, I thought I was sharing, but I guess I wasn't. Let me reshare.
That's what she said.
Hey.
All right. Oh, yeah. Richie Ledesma. He's already been back to MLS once, and that wasn't that great. So I'm really surprised that the LAFC is going after him.
Mm-hmm.
The other two teams don't surprise me that much, but
Yeah, I was gonna say with the team that LAFC puts forth, Portland, not taking anything away from Portland or Real Salt Lake, but you just imagine that they're going to be LAFC is more heavily influenced on their foreign players more so than bringing another Yank back. But then again, they do have Aaron Long, so you never know.
What's more interesting is that nobody had them on their list that the MLS keeps, right? Their rights list. So either teams weren't that impressed with his time at MLS. Certainly, he is going to be leaving Holland. I don't think there's a future for him there. Not with the quality of player. Now, could he go play for Go Ahead Eagles? I think he could.
Has to stay healthy.
But yeah, he's never going to. I don't know if he's ever going to get past all of those serious ass injuries he's had. Like that just kills you as a player. We look at Paxton Pomacall and what he was supposed to be, and then the 3 operations later, and he can barely. He's horrible moving left to right, side to side, because that's what you use your knees for. He's fine in a straight line, but he's not very fast. He just lost a lot. He lost a lot. That young Paxton Pomacall is gone, and it'll never come back. Gregg hits for $4.99. Scally wasn't bad, but why is he out there? He's out there because Des is injured. And I guess Gregg wasn't willing to, and this is props to Brett because he called it. Brett's not willing to experiment. You called it.
Gregg's not. You said Brett's not. Come on.
No, this is credit to you, Brett. You got it right. But Gregg's not really willing to experiment at all.
Yeah.
Like, throwing Musa or Weah out there scared the living dickens out of him. But it's not like Scally played bad defense. He was useless going forward, but he played good defense.
No, he played. His numbers alone prove that he played good defense.
Yeah,
his defense was never in question. There, it was always going to be what he offers going forward. And the people who end up bagging on Scally will cover. I know. Like I said, I know Chuck bagged on Scally's offensive prowess, but then again,
in context,
he didn't talk about how good of a defender, good he did on the defense, but he doesn't offer anything in attack. That's very true. We all said it.
Mm-hmm.
Playing accordingly.
We've been saying it for a long time.
To your point, though, I was kind of surprised that Gregg didn't pull Scally out at some point, even though he was arguably having the best game on the defense of any of our defenders. But
when we needed goals.
Yeah, well, not even that, but just to experiment. I mean, we're down 2-1. I mean, going into the second half, I'm kind of surprised he didn't put Musa in at that point.
Or try him.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying.
Yeah, no, I mean, that's your time to try it. But then again, we're down 2-1. We're chasing the game up until the 70th minute. Maybe he just didn't want to risk it. Gregg hates losing friendlies too. If you would think he would hate it so much that he would play more, conscientiously, like figure out a way to beat your opponent. That's the one thing, and we'll get into it, that Gregg seems to lack. Like, okay, how are we going to play different against Team A rather than we play against Team D? Because they're two totally different things. And, we hear the quote all the time from the players and from Gregg. We don't really focus much on the other team.
Mm-hmm.
We go out there to play our game. Okay, that's fucking great if you're Brazil or you're England or you're, one of the best teams in the world. But if you're not, you got to say, okay, who's my opponent? How do I adjust? How do I going to change my game? Mm-hmm. Because Brazil's going to be better than us at every single position. So how do we set up that's different than we usually do? Yeah. AKA Bob Bradley at the Confederations Cup against Spain and almost Brazil in the final. So doesn't seem to be a whole lot of that going on.
Let's hash through these couple of transfer news, and let's do a breakdown as far as our thoughts on the game, because most of this show, guys, is going to be us addressing certain points,
right?
Certain topics and certain videos of people who are bringing up certain points that we want to address primarily. So. Let's move on from here.
Hudson River Blues is Andreas Jasson. I guess that's how you pronounce that. I've never really been clear about that. Is it Jason or Jason?
I think it's a silent J.
Just Asson?
Asson.
Andreas Asson. It's 107 New York City FC homegrown signings to break through and debut in MLS. More on Jasson's departure, a new start at Alberg's BKs. He's going to Scandinavia with a banjo on his knee. It's really seriously, this is not even worth reporting. I wish him the best.
Well, Derek, this is transfer news before I realized we had 8 YouTube videos to pull up. So.
Yeah, you could cut this one out, I think.
Probably could have. You're right.
Roxas Boots is rumored again to be on the move this summer after having a fantastic season, 8 goals and 32 appearances for Hajduk Split. If you were to leave, what club would be best fit for him to continue his development? Oh, no, not this again. This is just a what is it? Fishing for clicks.
It's traffic. It's traffic generating fluff, right?
Yeah,
for
it's
this
crap.
channel. Not this channel, not our channel, but that channel.
You should learn to do more of this, apparently.
Yeah, seriously.
For the straight red card.
Yeah, you got 17,000, almost 17,000 views on it. It's not too shabby.
That's really sad because nobody knows what they're talking about. I mean, they might have some good guesses, but we don't know. No one knows yet. Brighton have just made contact with St. Pauli for 31-year-old manager, as I told you someone would, Fabian Hertzler. Hertzler's not going anywhere. He's not going anywhere. He just got this team, St. Pauli, to the Bundesliga. He's not abandoning ship on them. I mean, unless the money is just ridiculous. Just ridiculous. If it's ridiculous, he might.
Well, that's a weird way. Negotiations ongoing. Oh, I think of overcompensation, right?
Yep. I mean, if they're gonna offer him a crap load, he'll go. But I mean,
he's 17 flargles.
You don't get offers to go coach in the Premier League very often.
Yeah.
And what he did do with St. Pauli this season was extremely important and impressive. And that's why I told you there are going to be teams fishing for him. And I guess if you put a big enough hunk of meat on the hook, he'll bite.
Yeah.
So, all right. We're moving on. We won't waste too much time on.
We're going to jump right into the game. Let's go over a quick recap of the game itself, our thoughts, and then we will break off into the other topics we have pulled up here. So you had text because I watched it on delay. I was over at a friend's house. He had recorded it. I was waiting for him to get home because he was on drill, coming back, and we started watching it. And I'm getting it. Well, actually, before we started watching it, Derek's texting me like, "Oh, it was not great half, but not bad first half." And I'm expecting something, but I didn't expect being down 2-0.
Well, that's because both of the goals were silly.
Yes. Well, most of the goals are silly, actually.
All 5 of them are silly.
Just stupid.
And we'll get into why, especially the last 3. Because the first one's a fluke, right? Jedi slides. Yeah. He accidentally taps the ball exactly into the running path of the opposition, and they score. I
guess the bigger question is, why even bother at that point? Sliding.
Why touch it?
Even if your man that's behind you, of course, he stopped running because he just assumed Jedi was going to be able to get to it, which he did technically get to it. But even if his man was still making that run and got to the ball, he would be on the in line and Jedi would be there pressing him.
That
Why
guy
even go for that?
The weight of that ball, no one was ever going to get to that.
I know.
One. And Jedi should have probably realized that, but it was still fluky how it came off his foot.
Still, yeah. I mean,
and then we got a goalkeeper who can no longer make those twitch saves that he used to make.
He's lost all confidence, all ability.
Yep. That's the one thing you could say about Matt Turner was the dude had muscle twitch. The saves he used to make 2 years ago, even 2 years ago, crazy saves. And back in MLS, crazy saves. Just ones you wouldn't expect anyone to make. Not that these are his fault, but where is the magic that he used to have? That magical ability to save shit you're not supposed to save. I don't know where that's gone. It's gone right out the window.
And I know this is just the training before Copa, and we can still call in different players, I believe, for Copa. I think.
Yes.
Still calling players, yeah.
Oh yeah.
I'm just saying. I'm looking at the Brazil game, and I'm going, man. I've lost all confidence in Turner at this point.
Yep.
Our option at this point is Horvath, but then after Horvath in this trio of goalkeepers is Sean Johnson.
Yeah, because the third goalkeeper is never important. Well, sometimes he is.
Sometimes he is.
So, yeah, you could throw Horvath in there and in that next game versus Brazil. Now, because Berhalter is risk averse, I don't know if he'll do that. Now, it's insane that Berhalter is risk averse. What's really weird about me saying that is we play in a style, in a system that is so arrogant and lacks any humility whatsoever about the fact that we might be playing against a better team that is going to play the same type of game we're going to play, but going to do it better. Right? That was the whole argument for years when we played Mexico. Why are you trying to play the same way Mexico plays when they're going to be better at it than they are? Okay, well, now we finally have the players where we're going to be better at that style of play than they are. Mm-hmm. And it shows on the pitch, it shows. Well, I don't know. Maybe Gregg thought we could totally compete with Colombia head to head, using that risky play it out of the back. Whereas he always play brave out of the back system, keep possession, kick it around until you work it out of the back. But that's not going to work against every single team. And it's not going to work against Brazil either. So I hope he's prepared for that. But that's the one thing we have not. We saw it once, the game versus England. We saw Gregg go, oh, yeah, okay, we're not beating them at that game. So we're going to play a little differently here. We're going to stay compact. We're going to stay tight. We're not going to press all the time. We're going to play a low block to a mid block. Not here.
No, I mean, and quite frankly, just looking at the halves, I know we were down 2-0 at halftime, and just from the scoreboard alone, that sucks. But as a whole, in that first half, we had Balogun's spin shot that went over. We had Pulisic's header that hit the bar.
Hit the bar.
I mean, we had a couple of chances, not a great amount of chances. And that's the half the scoreline wasn't indicative of what the half was like.
I don't think so. I mean, there were mistakes
saying
made, but yeah.
Saying that, I was sitting there watching the game on a nice 90+ odd inch projector screen, and we're sitting there going like, hey, wouldn't it be nice if we could string together like 3 passes in a row?
Yeah.
It'd be amazing. And we're like, all right, there's one. That's a pass. I'm not going to count that. Okay, there's 2, and then all of a sudden he kicks out of bounds. I'm like, yeah. And it was all stupid mistakes. And these players are all good enough not to make those stupid mistakes. And the second half, again, we score a goal, and it was a nice goal. I guess what Gio spun gave it to Weah. It wasn't nothing burger pass. It was like a 5-yard pass. Weah to Balogun. Balogun leads it to Weah. Weah scores. Nice goal.
Mm-hmm.
It's 2-1. And then Colombia turns on the afterburners.
Yep.
And then it's just mistake. After Cardoso tries to dribble, dispossessed. Weah tries to dribble, dispossessed. CCV tries to pass out of the back to the middle, who's being man marked in that press, dispossessed.
Yeah.
All 5 stupid goals. And
the last 3 were arrogance. The last 3 lacked any humility. I understand, Johnny Cardoso, that you think you're really good with your feet. The ball, you were many parts of the game, you were very good with the ball at your feet. But to just think, well, yeah, I'm right in front of my goal, I'm going to go screw around with the ball here. That's silly. And then Weah, oh yeah, I'm just going to dribble out of here. No, no, dude, what are you thinking? And then CCV, I got no one to pass to. Well, then hammer it down the field. Hammer that shit down the field and let Pepe go chase it. right?
Mm-hmm.
So just all three of those goals were so numbskull. It is. And then I guess Gregg's comment showed a lack of respect for the opponent and lack of respect for soccer or football or whatever. I guess so, if that's how you want to describe it.
I think those plays were just a lack of intensity, lack of heart and dedication in that sense. Way on any given day could out dribble that man. But it was just sort of like I'm going to jaunt to the left. Oh, I got stuck. Now they're on the counter. Same thing. I mean, it's
a little arrogant to think, oh, it's okay for me to dribble out the back from here. Because if you lose it, there's no one behind you to help.
Mm-hmm.
I don't know what you're thinking there.
The other issue is that aside from the opportunities that I mentioned earlier, like I said, the Balogun, Pulisic, and then the goal. What we have, like Haji's header over the bar, and that's literally about it.
Yeah. I mean,
the game plan was to get it wide and cross it. Well, again, we have a striker up top who's not going to head those in.
Yeah,
that's not his shtick.
No, if the plan is to get it out wide and cross it in, Balogun's not your guy. He is not he's not a physical presence. He's not going to be able to turn his back to goal either and play that way either. And that's the other way we wanted him to play. And we've been saying this forever. In Gregg's system, Balogun's not going to work the way he is currently doing it. It's just not going to work. You need a Sargent. You need a Pepe. You need somebody bigger and more physical who's good in the box. Haji Wright would be better as a center forward, frankly, in Gregg's silly system. And that's the other thing, Brett. The patterns of play, again, so predictable. The passing, so predictable, mostly sideways. You look at it, 52% possession for the game. Oh, yeah, but most of it was kicking it around the back four.
Yeah.
Right. I mean, is that and going nowhere fast? And one of the only great, passes from the back four was early on when Richards found Jedi out left and wide open, right? And then Jedi made that run and almost turned into something. But there wasn't enough of that. There was not enough of quick switch. Gain possession, switch fields. Gain possession, switch fields. Gain possessions, kick, pat, skip a line, pass through lines, pass through lanes, get motherfuckers moving. Where were the guys moving into open space once we regained possession? Well, they weren't.
Off-ball movement was a big thing. It's been a big thing for a while.
It's been,
that's the big question. Is like these players again do this at the club level. What's not connecting here at the national team level? Is it an overthinking of where I need to be and that type of thing? Because I mean, we know that obviously Scally has talked about the system and how you shouldn't have to think X, Y, and Z into the future. You should just be go out there and play the game.
Williamson said the same thing. Pepe said the same thing. There's too much joysticking going on. It's hard to play with flow and be at ease when, there's definitely a system and a way we're supposed to be playing. We had Lawless on. We argued with him about this because he's like, well, once you're on the field, you can do whatever you want. No, not on this team. Have you watched this team?
That's a distance. Yeah.
I think he kind of agreed with us. But how can you watch that and think that those players feel free to do what they want to do? They don't. They don't feel free. There's a pattern of play, and we hammered that pattern of play the whole first half. Everything down the left to Jedi to Pulisic. They try to triangle pass, run it, and it falls apart.
Yeah, when we cover the call what you want with Miola, man, Miola talks about a lack of player creativity. And he doesn't expand upon it. He's just like, I noticed there's a lack of creativity. Why is that? Well, the reason why is the system as a whole stifles creativity, quite frankly, because you're so worried about where you need to be. And you can tell that whenever Gregg was not manning the helm for those couple of months,
BJ, yep,
and Hudson for that matter, they looked so much freer. They enjoyed it. The play was better.
Great flow.
And
more creativity. Pep even came out after one of the games. They asked him, why is the 9 position working so well now all of a sudden? Well, because I think it was it Hudson at the time? He's like, yeah, he's just told me to go out there and find open space and play freely. Wow, because that's not what it looks like Balogun's being told to do. Balogun looks like he's not allowed to do anything but sitting right next to the center backs and wait for the pass that never comes off the shoulder or through the lines, because they're not coming. Those passes aren't coming.
So what
especially if Reyna's going to go back and play a Regista all game long.
This is what you're referring to, I believe.
Interesting nugget from my chat today with U.S. men's national team striker Ricardo Pepe asked a difference between Hudson and Berhalter. In the attacking third, Anthony has told us that we have more freedom. If you feel and have the capacity to improve something, he's going to let you do it. Wow, I'm glad somebody kept the receipts, because we say it on the show. And I
bookmarked that because we reference that a lot.
Well, and it's because people are like, oh, that's not true. There's really no difference. And they even arguing with Lawless about it on the show. It's like, yeah, dude, can you not see how joystick this team is? But the difference is, if you look at the way Pep does it, Pep has said, he's come out in the media and said, yeah, I focus on the first 2/3. Final third, that's on the players. I got nothing to do with that. That's on them. That's all about creativity and them moving in open space and whatever. Although it does look often like Holland's been told, just stay in the box, dummy, this season, and don't move.
Get in that center of that offensive third and just sit there.
Sit there, right. That's a little bit different than what he said, like 9 months ago about the way he sets up and the way he plays. But that's the arrogance. If we think we can play like 2018 Spain or 2010 Spain, or we're going to play like, Man City, that's not going to happen. We do not have the players to play like that against teams that are better than us at that. All right? We're better than the other team. We can play like that. Possession ball, kick it around the back, play brave out of the back. Whatever, you can do that.
Yeah.
But you're playing Colombia, you're playing Uruguay, you're playing Brazil. You've got to do what you did against England, which is you've got to be a little bit more thoughtful about how the ball advances forward. And by the way, they're going to play higher up the field. So now maybe you do have a chance to hoof a ball up over the center back's other team and have somebody run off the shoulder and go get it. But for whatever reason, our team never tries that. We saw Jedi try it with Balogun on that one instance where he had the ball on the left. He saw Balogun making the run between the center backs, and he hoofed it up there, and it almost worked. But that is so rare. That's just so rare. And then where are the passes on the ground through the line? Well, we want Reyna to do that, but now Reyna's coming back to help out.
Yep. That was going to be my
Cardoso. Yeah.
The middle trio is disjointed at this point.
Yeah, McKennie disappears.
Oh my God, this is like the third fucking match. He's been a ghost, absolute ghost.
Play him in the double pivot with that's the thing, right? With Cardoso. Yeah.
Why isn't McKennie sitting back with Cardoso, adding that extra layer of defense, but also giving him the free range to lace those 40-yard passes that we know we can make?
Yes.
But instead, he's running around the pitch, disappearing because maybe the ball doesn't go to him. He had so few touches in the game. He was in there for quite a while.
So you had Cardoso and you had Reyna in the first half going back to as outlets for the center backs. And that wasn't working real well. Like, they had a couple forwards, Colombia, who were all over their asses. So then that forces us out wide. And that means that McKennie's never going to touch the ball because he's playing essentially the role that Reyna should be playing. They should flip-flop that shit. And
I don't understand how this is so hard. This shouldn't be hard. I mean, I know we're not the coaches by any means, but I feel like the coaches who go back and rewatch all these games over and over and over again should realize that, hey, we need Reyna in a more advanced position who's going to receive the ball from the outlet, from whether it's going to be our backs or our double pivot, playing it to him, and he's going to spin it around looking for those through passes that are going to break the lines.
Right.
But he can't do that when he's 40 yards into the defense.
Right. So our problem is when our center backs have the ball. And then, there were times amazingly, that Johnny did find Reyna in a couple short passes, and Reyna advanced the ball forward. Those were our best moments, honestly.
Mm-hmm.
And but they're too far and few and in between.
Yeah.
Like, it's got to happen more. And you got to read the game at some point. Like Weah, I know we like to go down the right side, but without Dest, that side's broken. Like, Skelly's not going to be that much. Weah's going to have to do it all on his own. You know?
Here's I think the problem with Scally and Weah on that right hand side is that there's just this massive gap. And I think maybe that's where McKinney was supposed to try to pitch in and try to help out there, because I think Gregg probably looked at that and go like, well, Scally's not going to be moving up much because that's not what he does. Maybe he's reading that much into it. But I think Scally would work much better with Pulisic on the right, because Pulisic's issue on the left is that Jedi comes up and all of a sudden that entire left side is just super fucking crowded.
I tell you what this game does tell you, though, how important Dest and Adams are to this team.
Yep.
That's the one major theme. No Adams, no leadership. Just none. Especially when you take Pulisic off. Now there's absolutely zero. And then you take Ream off, zero leadership. Nobody getting, held to account. And we'll get to some of those quotes from, other people, but it's really obvious how important that is. And I know people will say, well, Johnny gives you so much more going forward. Sure he does. But that, wasn't really reflected in this game that much, But Adams, if you got Adams in front of the back four, you can breathe a little, because he's going to cover all the space. He's going to be all over the field. He's a crazy banshee. Now I realize he's injured, and so we're not going to play him, where he's coming back from injury, and we want to save him. We don't want to overwork him. But
we talked about that last show, actually, when we watched the Men in Blazers interview. And he even talked about how, I've got to be smarter with managing my minutes, even if that means maybe I don't play in these upcoming friendlies. And then people are surprised, like, I can't believe some of the other, I think in A Call What You Want, they talk about, like, oh, and then Adams didn't play a single minute. I'm like, he literally told you flat out that he wasn't going to.
Well, not everybody watches that show.
I know. I'm just saying, you should be.
But he certainly did say, I may not even play in these first two friendlies, it's really too bad, because it's a great warm up. I'd like to see him for a half. Could we get him in for a half or something?
15, 20 minutes at the end of the game. Something.
I was thinking like the first half and then pull him, But because I want to see how this works when he's there. I know without Dest, that whole right side's fucked up now. I know that. It's going to be probably defensively okay, but offensively, it's going to be bereft of anything, juicy, right? It's just going to be milquetoast. And that's okay as long as Scally shuts down Vinny, or Scally shuts down, the Liverpool guy. That's fine. And he did an okay job with that. But I know I'm not getting any offense on that side, because Weah can't do it by himself, because Weah, he's a dribbler in one direction. He's not going to break your ankles. He's not going to break anyone's ankles. He's either going to get by you, because he likes doing the overstep thing back forth, and they all know where he's going. He's going right. He's going right to his right foot. He's going right. He's not cutting back to his left foot. Come on, people. He's done it I can remember twice. When you start seeing Weah do the step over,
the scissors over and everything like that, it's like, dude, don't slow down. Just beat your man at pace.
Right.
Move past him. That was very much me as a striker. I was not much of a dribbler in the sense that I'm not going to do anything fucking fancy, but I'm gonna dribble at you. I'm gonna cut my direction, and I'm gonna beat you, or you might get a stick in there. But I'm not nothing special by any means.
You might get an elbow too. Little elbow to the ribs as you go by.
Yeah, but I'm just saying. Know your limitations in that sense. If you know you're not a mass like a death style dribbler, beat your man at pace. Just go at him.
I thought that on the same side too, though. On the other side, sometimes Jedi they made sure two things. When Jedi got it out wide, they gave him the inside. They were like, go ahead, dribble it in the inside.
You do it with your right foot? What are you going to do? Huh?
What are you going to do? Dribble past anybody else? No. And then when the other opposite with Pulisic, they said, have the left side, but we're not letting you cut in. We're not letting you cut in. We're cutting that off. But Pulisic so often forced it right anyhow.
Yeah.
And ended up going a little bit backwards to do it. I don't know. They're giving you the wing, Pulisic. Go ahead, take it down, and then see if you can't find a left-hand cross to somebody coming in the box late, like a Reina or a McKennie.
Or bring it in and then just slot it back to that PK spot, right?
Yeah. Where hopefully McKennie's sitting right there on the dot
Somebody should be crashing that spot.
Well, because Balogun's theoretically, going to try to go to the front post, right? As the striker. So you're hoping for one of your midfielders to fill in just behind that and arrive late. So I don't know. They give you left, take it sometimes. He didn't take it a single time. The whole game that I can remember. So weird shit going on.
Yeah, I guess I don't have much more to add to the actual game itself. Except for as much as I sit here and say we have these great players that can do all the stuff at the club level and stuff like that, but they're not doing it at the national team level. I don't want to take anything away from the players in the sense of how they're performing at the national team level. This performance was not good enough.
No.
Not good enough. And, Gregg put the right team out there, I felt.
Well, the best one probably available.
That you do, yeah. And they came out and they played like shit. Hands down.
Mostly the last 20 minutes was complete horrendous garbage. And then, like
good chunk of that
20,
first half was
not
like
good either.
Miss pass.
Right.
You couldn't string together a couple passes. And then there was a window between like the last 10 minutes of the first half and like the first 20 minutes of the second half.
Sure.
That window right there when we got our goal and everything like that, that was good. But those other tail ends, those other thirds of the game,
the beginning, the end.
We're
not good. We're not good. Yep.
So I want to do that. I want to just basically say that I'm not putting all this on Berhalter. I'm not saying, oh, Berhalter, you suck because of how we played. Probably some, and we're going to get into that here in just a second.
Well, of course he's culpable for some of it because we talked about it earlier.
Yep.
He's playing, and he says it himself, and then the players said it in interviews too. Well, knowing Gregg, we don't focus much on the opponent. I mean, we'll talk about it, but mostly we just focus on how we play. Okay, fine.
Yeah. Well, and ultimately, it's all just a build-up, Derek, and we're going to get into that in just a second. Let's cover a couple super chats real quick.
Johnny for $2. Sing Van Halen's Panama. I'm trying to save my voice, but Panama, Panama, oh. That's all you're getting. Alabama.
That's good enough.
Jesse Negron for $1.99. Des is so important for this team. Yeah, there is no doubt how important he is for this team. And if you don't see it now, then you're just not paying attention.
Yeah, I mean, I don't mean to take anything from Scal in the sense he had I thought he had a pretty solid game, despite the fact
solid is the word.
Well, let me rephrase that. He had a solid defensive game.
Respectable defensive game, yes.
Aside from that, didn't offer anything. And we'll get into that again. That's coming up in the future anyway, so we'll talk about that then.
Tony Martinez says, everyone knows how we play so predictable. It's so true.
Unbelievably so predictable.
We are. It's, again.
Derek and I have been saying it for years.
I would watch the game with my mom. I'm like, okay, he's going to pass it back to Reem. Reem's going to pass it over Jedi. Jedi's going to pass it back to Reem. Oh, no, he's in trouble. He'll pass it back to Turner. Turner passes it over to Richard.
Derek, you missed the calling to do a radio play-by-play, like how they used to do with the old school, like baseball games and stuff like that.
Yeah, but it would be broken because I'd be calling the game 2 seconds ahead of each pass.
Well, that's fine. The radio people don't know how
that's true
in the game, so
they don't know.
You're just correctly calling it, like, hey, he's going to pass to him, and then this person's getting that ball, and he's going to check them. Yep, there's the ball to him.
The funniest things I find, and I know other teams do this too, but I love it when Johnny's sort of pseudo covered coming back to the back two center backs, and they kick it to him anyhow, and he just kicks it right back to him. Like, what was the point of that, really? I'm not sure what the point of that pass was. I know a lot of teams.
It gets the striker to go, what the fuck was that?
It's like Reem would pass it in to Reyna sometimes, and Reyna just be
Are
like,
you guys
nope.
padding your stats? Really?
Yeah, he's like, nope, you can have that back. I don't want that ball.
Hot potato.
I've got nowhere to go with it. Why are you passing it to me? Yeah.
Yeah.
All right.
So Frank Hassler says for $1.99, Pulisic sucks. 25 goals and assists for second team in Italy. So bad. There must have been a reference to the chat.
It is. I'm sure it is, Frank. Thank you for the $1.99. He's replying to somebody who says Pulisic sucks, and Pulisic only played a half, so this isn't all on him. And by the way, he doesn't play defense either. Although we did talk about some of his faults, like when the opposition gives you the wing, gives you the left, just take the left.
I really want my right foot, though, Derek.
Don't force it. Not only when you force it back to the right, you have the winger or the left, in this case, the right back covering you. Now you also have a midfielder helping out. I mean, unless you want to beat him and the midfielder, it seems a little bit of a tall task. But you can do that against weaker teams, but that's not going to work versus Colombia.
The other fault of having Pulisic on the pitch, it means that he's going to be taking all of our free kicks.
Oh, my God.
I'm sitting there watching. I go, why is Pulisic still taking our corner kicks? Why is he taking our free kicks? Then he got subbed off at halftime, and then all of a sudden our free kicks are dangerous.
Yes. In fact, the very first free kick that Reyna took hit somebody straight on the noggin.
It was Haji.
And Haji headed it over the goal barely. Yes.
Just over.
But
it was like,
prior to that,
that's what we can have.
I don't think Pulisic's ever hit someone directly on the forehead. I'm sure he has, but I haven't seen it for a while, and I don't see it very often. And Reyna finally gets to take one kick, and it's right on someone's noggin. Is that coincidence?
Wake up. And you know what? I'd rather have Pulisic in and around the goal anyways.
We're at least hovering just up top of the box to get a ball that rolls out, and he could slam it in.
Oh, and I don't mind Pulisic taking a free kick or a corner kick from time to time, but let's not make him our default. I mean, we have a better free kick taker.
I mean, how long do you have to gargle Gregg's nuts to get that job?
I don't know.
I really don't understand it. It is so obvious to everybody who's watched the U.S. play that Reyna is a better set piece taker. It's just obvious. It's not even close, folks. It's not even close. It's not close. Christian Ramirez, thank you for the $5. U.S. men's national team needs to flip a switch, adopt a focused, organized, and relentless high press and quick ball recovery. It's how you go toe-to-toe with Cannonball. Well, then we should have hired Jesse Marsh.
I said Canada should be pretty fucking safe this cup.
By the way, congratulations to Jesse Marsh in the second game getting a 0-0 tie with France. So Jesse learned something. You will notice in that game against France, Jesse tightened up the ship. There was a lot of defense played, and it was pretty compact, and they were fine. They were like, Jesse's like, you know what? We're not going to go toe-to-toe with France. You know, we realize we're not as good as France, so we're going to tighten up the defense. We're not going to let any goals go in, and if we get the chance to hit them on the counter, which they did, then we'll do that. Sounds like a smart, like honorable, that's like having some humility and understanding what your limitations are as a team, right? We have not shown any of that except for one game against England, and that was it. One time, Gregg showed humility.
Yeah. So, moving on here. Earlier, I mentioned how I don't want to put all the blame on Gregg, but then again, some of that is going to be put on Gregg.
Don't even give him, don't give him anything.
No. I'd say I was putting some of the blame on the players. The players came out and played shit. But then again, that mentality, that concept of the players not performing when they can perform, we know they can perform. We see
or being ready to perform. Yeah,
we see it week in, week out. But then they have stage fright or something like that. We talked about this in the previous show, our last show, I believe, and that's the mentality that seems to be leaking down the pressers, and people hounded on us. Oh my God, why are you focusing so heavily on these pressers? They're pointless. Just watch the games, guys. Come on. But what do we say? What do we say about the pressers? Why are we worrying about the pressers?
Because they provide context, small snippets of context for what might be going on mentally prior to the game. If the pressers don't matter, why is the media showing up for it?
Yeah. So here we are. We showed this last week, but I'm going to play it real quick. This was during the Haji Wright and Brendan Aronson presser.
Thank you, Michael. Hi, guys. When asking Gregg and some of the other players in the group, obviously, what's the purpose and what's the goal with Copa America? And the answer is always keep building, keep growing for 2026. This experience, these games are going to build to that. But taking all of that aside, what would be a good Copa America? What's the real objective on the field for you guys?
Get it out, dude.
Yeah, I mean, for us, this isn't the end-all, be-all for us. Again, our goal is the 2026 World Cup.
Okay, that's all you need to play.
We're stopping right there because he does go into talking about, just like the other players mentioned, it's just building up to the 2026.
Yep.
So we entered these games. This specific game saying, it's all build up. It's a learning experience, right?
He must be hanging out with Colin Cowherd.
Yeah.
Honestly.
Well, I got that pulled up too. We'll cover that in just a second.
If that's how you feel, yeah, I mean, we should almost move to that, but go ahead. Sorry.
Yeah, I mean, it's a mentality. And that we talked about that being the big issue in the pressers, and people were hounding us saying, well, why are you focusing so heavily on that? That's just a one-off whatever phrase, whatever. Worry about the game. But then they're saying this stuff, and then they come to the game, they play uninspired, almost like I don't give a fuck ball.
Heartless.
That's what it feels like.
And stupid.
And I'm not going to flat out say that everybody came out that way. I mean, some people did, some people didn't. I know Pulisic came out and said, hey, what's the point of going to play for a game if you're not going to try to win it, you know?
Yeah, you go to every game to either win it or compete to win it.
Yep. CCV said similar, Colombia's a good team, some great players and big clubs around the world. For us, it's about trying to find a good performance level and kind of make sure that we have a clear idea of how we're going to play the Copa. But he's focusing on the next two games. That's a step in the right direction, right?
I guess.
He should have Pepe had a very similar comment too. He said the expectations are to win the tournament.
That's what I want to hear.
Yeah.
I mean, listen, if you're not going there to win the tournament, why are you in it? I mean, And yes, are the chances small? They were small for Greece when they won the Euros. It's possible. They're called upsets. All right? They're called upsets. They happen. Look at Saudi Arabia over Argentina. Upsets can happen if you go in and you just don't look at the paper, but you prepare for the team you're playing against. And then what happens? You get a Bob Bradley result against Spain in the Confederations Cup. All right? That wasn't expected, but nobody went into that game thinking we got no chance at all. If you got, then just mail it in then, Colombia play a second faster than most of the U.S. players.
I'm going to give him 2 seconds.
2. I was thinking every time we gained possession, how slow we were to go, what's the next pass? Like, no one's anticipating. No one's moving into open space. That's also a common thing. Where are the guys moving into open space once we gain possession? There too, though.
Yeah, we agreed with Colin on that front too. That the passing and the movement off the ball is a massive problem. But that it's not coming down to just the players, because again, the players do this on a regular basis, week in, week out at their clubs.
Yeah.
What's the difference?
The predictability too. It's like everybody's making runs we already know you're going to try to make. Everybody's moving into the not so empty space that of course you're going to move into in Gregg's system to form your little triangle. Nobody's doing something kind of weird. Instead of falling into the triangle, they break off and make a run. And you chip it up to them over their head of the defender, and they run onto the ball. Or you can make a through ball pass to, because he's not falling into the triangle. He's doing something unexpected that will force defenders out of position. But we don't do that. We just seriously don't do that. Go ahead.
Yeah. So this is Lawless making his take on the same subject we just covered as far as the mentality is concerned.
I think it is concerning if the players themselves feel that 2026 is what matters right now. No, what matters for you relative to 2026 is doing well and being successful right now.
Right now.
Whether it's Haji Wright, or whether it's Gregg Berhalter, or whether it's any of these players and coaching staff, by the way, everybody needs to be under pressure. There are no sacred cows.
Yeah, he says that a lot. But
are we all paying attention here? Because I mean, Lawless we talked about this when he was on the show, but he was a big proponent for Gregg getting the job again because of the whole ordeal.
He explained it.
And he also explained that,
he was wrong.
Maybe wrong on that.
Yeah.
But you know what? He also talked about how, before our show even occurred, that how Gregg performs in Copa is going to be indicative of whether or not he should remain as coach for the U.S. men's national team. We hear him talking about it. We hear the guys on Call It What You Want talking about it.
Yeah.
ESPN FC are talking about it. Everybody's talking about it.
Finally, they should have been talking about it. Some of them were long before this. Long before. Why is it taking everybody so long to come to this conclusion? Even Max is,
It's almost like they wanted to give Gregg the benefit of the doubt a little bit longer than the rest of us, who we've all witnessed it for the last 4 years. And some of us coming into this next cycle, when Gregg got announced, we're just like, oh, God, okay, well, let's see what happens. And then, a couple games occur, and you're like, all right. And then the next couple games, you're like, oh, wait a second.
You know what?
The next couple games, you're like, wait a second.
If you're in your everyday job, when you underperform once, your employer takes notice. When you underperform twice, your employer writes you up. When you underperform again, they write you up again. You underperform again, you're fired. It's that simple. Nobody's been writing Gregg up, unfortunately, and now everybody's jumping on the Gregg's got to go bandwagon when they should have been on this before he even got rehired again.
But that's the thing, right? When you have all the players and you have the coaching staff coming out and saying like, it's all built up to 2026. Who cares about these results? The 5-1 loss to Colombia doesn't matter. We flame out in the group stage in Copa. Oh well, it's 2026. It's that or nothing.
Don't bring that loser ass Colin Cowherd mentality to this national team. That loser ass Colin Cowherd. What a loser.
Yeah.
Julian, he doesn't even understand the context of why these friendlies are so important, because he doesn't know enough about the game to know how important they are.
He had Gregg on a show once, and he got told by somebody who knows soccer, like, it's just friendly.
Oh, he loves Gregg. He loves Gregg. He's said it many times on his show how much he loves Gregg Berhalter. So, yeah, if you're going out to lunch with Gregg and then you're sucking his nutsack, after lunch, and then he gives you a reach around and then you guys go separate ways, you might think he's your best buddy. But he ain't your best buddy, and it's your job as a journalist to know before you open your mouth and put something out on Twitter that's going to make you look like a total idiot. And that's what that did. And I hope he learned his lesson. At least I told him. Sometimes, dude, when you're in over your head, you should probably keep your mouth shut, because it doesn't sound like you know how important these two friendlies are.
Yeah.
Especially as we prepare for the biggest tournament that this team has played since the World Cup. Copa America is a big-ass tournament, and these are two extremely important preparatory games. And if we're getting blown out in them leading into Copa, that's not good. I mean, is there a chance you get blown out in 2 games in a row and then you go into Copa and you play well? Yeah, sure. But this is not a real good indication that can happen. I can tell you that much.
Julian, sorry, go ahead and do the super chat.
Julian Vivas for $4.99. Thank you, brother. What do you guys think of Barstool Sports and Sports Illustrated talking about Gregg? If
U.S. men's national team,
we'll lose bad again, but Gregg is fired, then I'm in. I think for Barstool Sports, they don't care about access. They're not even mildly worried about having access to Gregg. because they don't cover Gregg and they don't cover the U.S. men's soccer team on a regular basis. They don't go to the pressers. They're not worried about having access. Sports Illustrated, their swipe was not as lethal, and they're tiptoeing around, and it really depends which author at Sports Illustrated did it. Regardless, though, that author, even if, say, the guy or gal who usually covers basketball suddenly writes a U.S. soccer article and it's really hypercritical of Gregg, that guy's definitely going to, or gal's going to be banned. And it would be an extra step for U.S. Soccer to blackball Sports Illustrated altogether because they need Sports Illustrated.
Yeah.
They do. They just need them. They need Sports Illustrated to care about soccer. They need them to do articles about U.S. soccer. So U.S. soccer probably leave them alone. But Barstool Sports, that guy didn't care about his access. He's not a U.S. soccer like guy who's at all the press conferences and all that. That's not what he does.
Yeah.
But he is blackballed. I can guarantee you that much.
Yeah. So 100%. That's what I was going to say. It's like, hey, Barstool. I mean, hey, we're available.
Yeah, we've said it before.
We'll cover the sport for your site.
I mean, there's somebody from Barstool watching this show. We are, we're ballsy guys. We would fit in there just fine. If you want to
give a fuck.
If you want to cover soccer, and we don't care about all the other stuff that you guys do. I just want to have a bigger platform. That's all.
Yeah, there we go. That's all. But yeah, so the whole lack of the right mentality seems to be stemming off into the broadcast team as well. And I mentioned this to you, and you're like, I don't know what you're talking about. So the TNT broadcast team looks like they are attending a church Easter egg hunt.
Oh, okay.
Instead of, being relatively professional.
Kyle Martino dressing in a T-shirt.
Oh, yes. You did see it then, yes. Here's part of it.
Oh, my mom mentioned it. She's like, why is he wearing a T-shirt? Shouldn't he be wearing at least a jacket?
Dude, he's not the only one. Look at this. They got together. They had to have said, hey, dude, wear some casual shit. T-shirt, jeans. And you know what? We're going to do relatively matching shoes with our tops.
I mean, it's TNT. Shit, this game wasn't even on NBC. You can only watch it on Peacock in Spanish and
TNT. HBO Max, the universe.
What's TNT known for? Basketball. And Charles Barkley. So,
and
look, and no offense to these guys. No offense, because we've had Brian Dunseth on our show. We've had the guy on the left on our show. We have not had Kyle on our show before, but they're not like the biggest names in soccer. They went out and got these guys on a discount. I guarantee it. That's no offense to them at all. I really like Brian Dunseth.
Did they also get their wardrobe on a discount?
Apparently, yes. At Myers.
You can pick some nice pastel colors. You can wear white over here. It's just, I mean, you're on a national broadcast, and then the U.S. comes out and play uninspired ball, and it's just like everything. No,
the U.S. soccer played like these guys dressed. Like
exactly.
It was a Sunday stroll in the park, right?
Yeah, but not everybody. I mean, obviously, we're going to be covering the Berhalter presser and some other pressers and stuff leading into the Brazil game. I think we had the Ream and Richards one earlier today. Yeah. But there's a quote from Pulisic that I wanted to pull up here.
It just felt like we were waiting for us to make them. They were waiting for us to make a mistake, and then kill us in transition. That's what everybody does against us. Like
that's what Holland did. That's what Jamaica did. That's what TNT
Jamaica
did.
TNT does.
TNT.
That's just what happened over and over again. We were nowhere near the level we need to play at if we want to win games coming to Copa America. Yeah, that's why I said I'm worried about Panama even at this point.
Yeah. So yeah, I mean, there's definitely some leadership taking that sense where he's like, hey, we got opened up. It's concerning going into Copa.
If you have predictable patterns of play, and like, does Gregg think that none of the other teams watch our tape? Does he think nobody watches our tape? Like,
what's over?
our patterns of play are so predictable. It's like my grandmother, if she were still alive, could game plan for the United States. Give me a break. I'm surprised you found anything in this, because this is the most lamest post game.
That's kind of the point, though.
It is.
There's a point to that, though, in the sense that the answers are so bland and nonsensical that it's like, what's the point of even doing this? You don't get anything from them for the most part, and it feels like, to an extent, they're either being overly cautious or it's scripted.
It's
not
always
all the time scripted, but overly cautious.
It's always overly cautious. You never hear somebody say, "Listen, that last game we played, that pissed us off."
Yeah,
really, it lit a fire under our asses. That's what I want to hear. Are you not allowed to say asses? Well, I mean, what's the words you're not allowed to say? Because that would light a fire under my ass. I would be pissed off. That last game we just played, that pissed us off. And it lit a fire under our asses, and we're ready to really kick some asses and take names this next game. We're going to come out.
Bubblegum and kick ass, and we're all out of kicking ass. We're just going to chew bubblegum.
We're going to come out fire ablazing next time. Both shooters out. Like, we're going to come out and we're going to try to really bring that intensity next game. That's all I want to hear.
That's all.
I don't want to hear this gobbledygook,
Yeah,
especially from a guy I love.
Pierre Poppycock, right?
Tim Ream. Poppycock.
Poppycock. Boulder. It's all Boulder-ish.
Poppycock they make some good popcorn, by the way, with caramel on it.
Not arguing at that point. Yeah, absolutely.
It is odd they have a chicken on it.
Well, it's poppycock, so you'd imagine that it'd have to be a chicken on it, right?
I guess they're trying
to. The alternative that would be a 10-incher, and that's just not going to happen.
Well, they got to justify using the word somehow.
Exactly right. Wait, what are we eating here? No. So, anyways, here we are watching Tim Ream talk about what he learned from this loss
from the bench.
I think from being on the field, you learn how much these games mean to other teams.
That's all. That's all right there. I don't even go to the rest of it. Colombia. This really mattered to Colombia.
That reminds me of the time Mexico was playing the U.S. during a qualifier, and we'd already qualified. And one of the players came over to Woolly Mammoth.
Yeah.
Kyle Beckerman. And they're like, dude, why are you playing so hard? You guys already made the World Cup. And Beckerman said, I haven't already made the World Cup. Yeah, I'm busting my fucking balls. You bet I'm trying to win this game and play. I need to make the team. There's no guarantee I've made the team. He didn't say all that. He just said simply, I haven't made the World Cup, to the guy as an answer. And he was right. And every game should be that meaningful. Like, is he surprised this game's that that important to Colombia? Colombia want to win. They're on a 20-game winning streak.
What are the fucking odds of that?
Jesus.
Well, they're managed by an actual coach who, if you come out and you play like shit, might actually replace you.
Yeah, because you got lots of guys. I mean, you notice that Sinistera is not a starter.
Yeah.
On this Colombian team. What does that tell you? Sinistera is a very good, high-quality player, and he's a bench guy. All right.
Yeah.
So, go ahead.
I was going to say, so I think at this point, Chris Richards is going to talk about how our team adjusts tactics via the opponent. So, like, if we're playing Colombia, if we're playing Brazil, or if we're playing Puerto Rico, we adjust per player, we adjust per team. Where we talked about earlier that on record they've said no, it doesn't matter. Well, let's see what Richards has to say here.
I think there will be some sort of change going into the game. I mean, I'm not a fortune teller, so I can't quite tell that. But I think we want to try some things out because this is the time to do it before a major tournament, is to do it in these friendlies where.
Well, obviously,
what is that going to be, Derek?
We are 2 days away from the game, and if you haven't been working on it in practice, I don't know how that's going to really happen.
What big change do you think they can make to the lineup that was in Colombia that would be testing something out?
I mean,
Derek, I want to bet $5, Derek, that either Weah or Musa is going to start it right back this game.
Could be. That could be the one change you see.
That's the change. Yeah, we're gonna test something new, guys. We're gonna test.
I mean, you might see Adams come out and play 45. You know,
maybe
that might be a change.
Go back to the normal.
You could push Reyna further up the field and have McKennie and
that'd be a fucking change, wouldn't it?
It would be a big change. You might see Pepe, or if Sargent's healthy, which it doesn't sound like he is, because I think that if Gregg had a healthy Sargent, I think you'd see Sargent start a game.
Yeah.
I don't think that's going to happen. Just based on the reports so far, do not sound promising at all. It sounds like he might be left off the team altogether. If you're talking about any other major changes, like a formation change, like a 3-5-2 that Tony Meola keeps calling for, I don't think that's happening. Now, keep in mind, Gregg is risk averse as far as his system goes. And Jimmy keeps saying, well, that's not really a change of system. Yes, it is. I mean, the system remotely stays the same, but you're also changing where everybody starts when they play. You know, you play 3-5-2. That's a whole different mindset in the way you play. Your responsibilities change as players. That's going to be very risky to try that. So I'm with Chuck on that. I'm with Charlie. That doesn't seem like very a Gregg-like thing to do at this stage, especially after he got hammered by the mainstream press. Gregg did. I mean, we're used to a few outliers hammering Gregg, but now we're getting mainstream dudes hammering Gregg. Now, none of the guys that write articles and none of the guys that actually cover the team in person have done that. Like Jeff Goff was probably the closest, but even he tiptoed. So yeah, you're not going to see an article by Jeff Carlisle calling for, Gregg's resignation, but I don't think Meg Swanick will ever be allowed to ask another question again.
Somebody mentioned her Substack, and I don't have that pulled up. We'll have to cover that on a.
I sent it to you.
You did.
I posted it. Yeah.
Jackson's come down here twice. I need to go up and deal with him for a second. I'm gonna put up a super chat real quick. I'm gonna have you talk about that. I'll be right back. Okay.
All right.
Fuck's sake.
Joey for $4.99. Bruce Arena says previous teams had much better mentalities and gets proven right in the very next game. Bruce Arena says previous teams had much better mentalities and gets proven right in the very next game. Oh, yeah. The interview between Bruce and Clint and Kate Abdo on Kicking It. Yeah. I mean, the mentality that Bruce was mentioning does seem to be somewhat missing. And that's because back in the day when Bruce was coaching in 2002, we were not supposed to be good. We were not supposed to go out and beat Portugal. We were not supposed to get out of our group. And of course, in 2006, we didn't. But what we did go into those games with is a chip on our shoulder and a game plan that recognized that we weren't as good as Portugal. But even Bruce said, but we knew we had a plan to beat them. We knew if we did the plan and we played the right way, that we could win. But Bruce, one thing he also said is we never really talked about, we had basic structure, basic rules. And even the lauded, amazing manager for Manchester United, who we all know and love. His players talk about the fact that they never had a joystick. They never got joysticked. Right? Bruce never joysticked his team. He said, here's the basic formation. Here's how we're going to set up. And here's the basic rules. One back goes up, other back holds. Okay? One midfielder goes up, the other midfielder holds. Like they're just very basic rules. And even when I played, that's all you got. That's all you got. You weren't like, okay. So who was it that said, it was Tony Meola said, or it might have been Jimmy Conrad who said, Gregg breaks the field up on when he does his lectures. He breaks the field up into 54 sections or something like that. He breaks it up. And he says, he's always trying to do is move around those pieces. So there's 3 of his pieces in 4 of those boxes more than the other team has more pieces than he has in those boxes. And that's just an insane way to look at the game. It's got to be simpler than that. And I know Lawless thinks it is, but if he really got on the inside, as Lawless, as Scally has said, as Williamson has pointed out, as Pepe has said, it's way overcomplicated and it's totally unnecessary. The greatest coaches, including the one at Real Madrid right now, says, yeah, I don't do that. I don't joystick anything. I give some simple instructions. We have a game plan of how we're going to play, whether it's going to be a mid block, a press, or a low block, and that might change throughout the game. But other than that, I'm not joysticking any of these guys and telling them to form triangles all goddamn day and pass it around in a shoehorn. It makes it look like we got great possession. That's not great possession. That's just kicking around. I have kids that could do that. All right? Anybody can do that shit.
Mm-hmm.
All right. Blah, 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 blah. The boxes and players in particular spots is positional play. Exactly. That is what it is. And we've talked about that ad nauseum on this show. I'm kind of sick of talking about it, actually. It gets, after a while, it's like, how many shows in a row can I talk about positional play and Gregg's system and his patterns of play and how predictable he is? I don't know if I can do it much longer, but it looks like I'm going to have to continue to do it because he's still the coach.
Here's what we do, Derek. We find a good segment where we can clip. And then when we get to the Gregg Berhalter segment, we just play that clip. And that way you don't have to worry about blowing your voice out.
I know. I'm already blowing it out. By the way, to the 504 people, I'm sorry, watching the show, make sure you like. If it's on the X, like it there or whatever.
Yeah, like, comment, share it, do all that fun stuff.
If you're here with us now, please hit the like. And then if you're not already subscribed, well, do that too. You're here, right?
Become part of the chat.
We do a horrible job at promoting ourselves during shows. So thank God I remembered the last 2 shows in a row to do that.
We get carried away, and our shows are already like 3.5 hours long, Derek. I mean, if we throw in a minute here and a minute there of actual promotion, God, we'll actually hit that 4-hour segment for too long.
By the way, when we play some other clips, we might want to be more selective, if you get my meaning, because there's no way
that we're going to be here till like 3 a.m.
Till 3 a.m. Yes.
Yeah. Okay. I'm going to take your word. I'm going to take your suggestion now. Not worry about what Richards felt some positives from the game were. Because I don't think there really weren't many to take from.
And he didn't have many to take. So
quickly, we don't have to cover the actual topic itself of Weah's interview. When there's one segment that he talks about, I did just want to play a little bit of the audio and say, what is wrong with U.S. soccer, and why can't we have good audio for this?
And why is JER or JRE or JER Sports posting up all the interviews? They have no relationship with U.S. soccer.
I think they're the new marketing arm over some now. I think that has to be. Why else would they have everything? It would make no sense otherwise.
No, because he also does basketball. He does football. He has no relationship. I have asked. He has no relationship to U.S. soccer whatsoever that I know of.
The big question is, how is it possible that he has the pressers pulled up here? Why
because
doesn't U.S. docked him yet?
Here's what he does. He basically he has access to the interview like Pete does, right? And he just screen captures it as it happens. But I do wonder sometimes, because it looks like he edits, like in the Richards interview today, the Richards Ream interview. At one point, there's like a whole chunk missing. And you're like, oh, did Michael Kammerman chime in? And I noticed Michael Kammerman in this newest one got cut out completely. So I'm guessing they don't want Michael Kammerman to be ridiculed, as we always do on this show, because he often says stupid stuff like, the United States haven't beat Colombia in whatever it was.
Yeah. 26 years.
18, the last 18 games. Colombia's on a 20-game winning streak. We're probably, what the part he doesn't add at the end is, we're probably going to lose. which is what he's intimating.
That's the whole point of the it's a build up to 2026, or the lacing in the information that we've sucked royal to Colombia for decades, is
Right.
that you basically alleviate any form of consequence that might come from a game. This is a friendly. Yes, we're going to talk about Colin's comment, not Colin Reese, but Colin Coward's comment. We briefly talked about it earlier, but we're going to talk about it again. But it's the same mentality. It's like, oh, it's just a friendly. I'm like, yeah, it is just a friendly. I agree. But it's a buildup from everything else that's happened over the last 5 years and what we have to look forward to for the remaining 2 years.
What is Michael Cameron's job description? It is to build the narrative.
He's a
to
fluffer.
build the narrative with the media. Okay, so basically he introduces and he provides context to the media before every presser starts. And in the most recent ones, he's discussed that we haven't beat Brazil in a gazillion years. That Colombia is on a 20-game winning streak, including wins against, all these big teams. He's building a narrative for the media who are there to cover it. So they get the idea, hey, guys, when you write your little reports about this,
right, how we were the tiny underdogs.
You need to make sure that when we lose, you don't kill us because we're not supposed to win these games anyhow. It's basically what he's saying.
100%.
So, yeah.
All right, so there are a couple of, literally a couple. I think there were only two after the match not pressers, but just interviews with players. But let's listen to this audio.
Team, your initial thoughts about what happened today?
Difficult night. Tough pill to swallow, obviously. I think everyone saw 5-1. No one wants to lose.
I mean, is there a jet in there?
It sounds like a tank.
Is a plane about to take off? What's happening? Is this in a hangar? I don't understand.
Are one of the players getting paddled by Berhalter in the background? Whack, whack, whack. All right, yeah, that's bad.
It'd be like, Derek, if you're talking, I'm just going the entire time. What is that? Why would you even release this video?
Because you can only hear like the first 3 seconds.
So worthless. So worthless.
Berhalter, can you quit spanking the players? They're all in line to get paddled because you threw them under the bus too, by the way. Obviously, you had nothing to do with this loss. It's all on the players. When we always say this, when you got a handful of players that have a bad game, that's usually on the players. When the whole team plays like squat and looks like they come out lifeless and not full of vigor, that's usually on the coach and the staff. They got to get these guys built up and prepared for the importance of these games. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
This is one of the best ones I watched today because these guys, these three especially, they got no fight in this game. They got no dogs in this fight. They really have no dogs in this fight.
No, whatsoever.
They're, one guy's Venezuelan, the other guy's Scottish, the other guy's English. They don't give two fucks about the U.S. men's national team, but they watch the game. And this is what Ali said at 4:13, just as a starter.
4:13?
Yep.
Destroy both the manager for the stubbornness of continuing to play this way, and then you also get, I think it's right to question the quality of the players to try to play this way, to not make adjustments on the field and adjustments on the run and say, look, listen, we can't be doing this. We can't continue to make these mistakes and think that we're going to get away with it against a team of the quality of Colombia.
Yeah. Yep. So
Ali, you've just been blackballed from U.S. soccer. Just so
he doesn't care. The ESPN guys do not give two shits because they are too big to be blackballed, and they all know it, including Seven Herc. Now, they might not go on Seven Herc's show anymore personally, or Gregg's not going to be visiting there anytime soon. Not after Herc called him a Muppet.
What kind of Muppet does this?
Yes, so that's not going to happen. But all of this, so he's basically saying, when you're trying to play a certain way, we're really not, you don't have the players to do that. You don't have the players to play that way. And then we go to Stevie at 5:40. We'll try to blow through these really fast, not overly comment on them, but
for some reason today, and I think the majority of the blame has to be with the manager, because he's encouraging players to play out the back who might not be the best at playing out the back, but it's the old If it goes wrong, I'll take the blame. Now, at the end of the day,
But he
it's
doesn't.
about
That's the problem, right?
competing and winning games.
Right, he
You have to
doesn't.
take what you do to the opposition, and I don't think Berhalter's doing that. All the teams that the boys were talking about earlier, who
Yeah,
were
that's good
successful
enough.
in the World Cup,
Basically saying, I don't think that Gregg even looks at who the opposition is. He doesn't seem to care. We're going to play the same way regardless. And he's right, because that's what I see, whether it's Jamaica or it's Colombia, we play the same way.
Well, and if we're incapable of playing out of the back the way that Berhalter wants to, again, change the system.
Or occasionally
you can still play it. You can still play it out, but sometimes maybe just hoof it.
Hoof one over the head.
Put the opposition's defense on contention at that point and say, hey, you guys deal with this crazy ball coming in, and we're going to play the second ball.
Have fucking Balogun right at the halfway line, along with the center backs, and boot one over the center back's shoulder, and go let Balogun go chase it on occasion just to keep them honest. Just to keep them honest. You don't have to do it the whole game, but to keep them honest, yeah, you might want to do that. Because if you can't keep them honest, they're going to come high press you all game long. And you're going to dick it around in the back until you make a mistake, which is what happened multiple times. So you can't do it. You just can't do it. And then 847, style of play again, just to hammer this home.
Joe Scally. Do you think they're struggling because of what they're being asked to do, or because they're just not good enough?
I think it's a combination of both.
Which is more?
Their best game with the U.S. men's national and Gregg Berhalter was a draw against England, where they played very pragmatic. They were tough to defend or tough to play against. There was a team,
and then whatever happens there,
that knew how to go forward in transition.
But he made his point in a sentence, which was yes, it's what we've been saying. Can't we try to play more pragmatically against teams that are on paper more talented than us? And then some people will say, well, on paper, actually, we have a better side than Colombia. Well, not lately, because Colombia's out there kicking everybody's ass. And we're barely squeaking by Jamaica. Maybe there is an issue.
Yeah. Well,
and maybe go ahead.
Let's say this was my biggest issue when Klinsmann jumped on board.
At the beginning, yes.
Was the let's change how we play the game. We need to find a culture. What's the phrasing? Not a system, but he's like an identity.
Don't know, but
we need to find an identity. Who are we? How are we playing? Well, we have
identity.
Decades of identity. We're very much a defense first, counterattack. Now, mind you, we can change over the course of time if you have the proper infrastructure. Germany spent a shit ton of money to develop their youth in the site that they wanted to play, but we are so sporadic and out everywhere that we have this conglomerate of different styles. What's the big style that we have is the counterattacking game. That was our identity. That's who we were
against better teams.
Yeah,
against better teams. Against Guatemala, we went out there and took the game to them. That's different. That's what Klinsmann would do. He'd be like, oh, we're playing Guatemala. We should beat Guatemala. We're going to go out and not play counterattack. We're going to play more possession based, and we're going to dribble the ball up the field, and we're going to find and we're going to win.
Yeah.
But he would change. He would
kept trying to implement his idea onto the U.S. identity. But then whenever a game would actually matter, or if we're playing against a better team, he'd always fall back on the counter.
He learned his lesson. That's why, because he tried to do that at the beginning, and we got spanked a couple times. He's like, okay.
But that's the point, though, is that we have this system foisted upon us, and we have a player pool who could certainly play it if it was a club ball. But this is the national team, and you don't have the time to instruct and get everybody on the same page. Now, mind you, we've had 5 years of this. The players should all be on the same page, but there's still some disconnect there.
Can we name a single player on this team that plays in that kind of system for their club?
Oh, no.
No, you can't. AC Milan doesn't even play this way. Nobody out there. Crystal Palace doesn't play that way. Fulham doesn't play this way. Nobody on our team, on their club, day to day, tries to play like Spain circa 2010. No one has a team that tries to play like that. I don't get it. I don't know why we're forcing the issue so hard. But I know one thing, Berhalter's not taking any responsibility, and Stevie calls his ass out at 10:57 about it.
Heck, 100% as a coach, you can't throw the players under the bus because everybody's piling on, and then you're going to pile on. And the reason you can't throw them under the bus is because if you set out to play a certain way, every single coach that coaches any team, you should have a plan B or an outlet somewhere else.
What's Berhalter's plan B?
It's more a plan A.
It's plan A with different players. Okay.
Yes, exactly. You don't need to go on. That's
we're
good.
done there? Okay.
Yeah, and then 12:22, Ali finishes up with limitations, which, we don't even understand what our limitations are, apparently.
Acceptable in my book.
I think in general, I just think there needs to be an acknowledgement of your own limitations before you go and try to be what you think you can be. So if you look at yourself as a team and you know the things that make you weak, where is it that you're lacking strength? Where is it that you are?
You want to know where we're lacking strength? We're lacking strength in playing non-CONCACAF teams.
Yes. I mean, look at how many times we've got to play anybody else in the world. It's just, this FIFA can go and suck it. That's what they can do, because this whole, Nations League will be good for everybody. No, it's not. It's not good for CONCACAF teams because we don't get to play the rest of the world anymore.
Nope.
We got like a couple chances a year to play opposition that are of higher quality than CONCACAF, and that's bullshit.
One of those top 20, of the rest of the world, in the top 20, I think we have some. I think they've mentioned this in Call It What You Want, but Jimmy said that we have like one win in the top 20.
Actually, it's more than that, because there were twice that Mexico was in the top 20.
Well, I think they excluded Mexico. Sorry, let me rephrase
okay,
that.
so it's only Iran, basically.
Yeah.
It's the only team we beat in the top 20.
Well,
it's pretty pathetic. But, there was a time where, we played Confederations Cup, etc., or Clemson would go overseas and play friendlies when Nations League wasn't around, and that was more of an option, where we went out and we beat Holland and Italy.
Germany, homeland away, yeah.
Now we don't even get a chance to do that. And that's why Colin Cowherd doesn't understand how important these friendlies are, because we haven't got to play. I mean, we got to play Germany, right? We got to play one of the worst Ghana teams I've ever seen.
I'll take that 5-1 or 5-0 victory, or whatever the fuck it was.
And this wasn't even that great of a quality Germany team. And then we played Morocco, who looked like they had a hangover when we played against them. So all of those should have been decent friendlies, but they turned out to be, one of them turned out to be an ass whooping by the Germans in the second half. And, we ended up, I think, beating Ghana and Morocco pretty handily. But those teams looked really pathetic. Anyhow, so that's that. We did get to play Japan, I guess, at one point too. And then we'll finish up on Ali here real quick.
Oh, just what we're on?
Yeah, just roll them a little longer.
Not dominant. Where is it that other teams can exploit some of your limitations? The moment you identify that and are able to try to improve those areas, so at the very least, limit those problems, or shade teams away from those problems, force the ball away from those problems, force the pressure away from those problems, hide your limitations. The more you can do that as a team like the United States, you're going to be able to win more games, and you're going to give yourself more opportunity.
Yeah, the only limitation we hid in that last game was Joe Scally. We just said, Joe, don't go that far up the pitch, please. But other than that, we just played the same way as we usually do, except the other team knew there was no threat down their left flank, that they really just had to focus on Jedi and Pulisic. And boy, when they got the ball, it got crammed up pretty quickly out there with Pulisic and Jedi real fast. It's like that they try to play those quick touch passes back and forth to each other, but other guys already knew that's what they were going to do. It was so obvious that's what they're going to try to do. And that's why it never really worked. Right?
Yep.
And you're getting the ball to Jedi so rarely with open space in front of him to run into. I mean, as soon as he touched the ball, there was somebody over there immediately. They're not stupid. Colombia definitely did their homework. They knew who our threats were, and they made sure those threats were blocked, cut off quickly.
Yeah.
So, yeah. Oh, God. Who do we got on stage here?
We got Diego coming in here.
All right. Bring him on in. What's up, Mo?
Long time.
Uh-oh.
A little bit of Crown was that? Is Crown?
A little bit of Crown.
Almost all gone Crown.
I hope you didn't just finish that tonight.
No, I gotta hydrate. Yep.
Gotta hydrate now. Yes. So Diego makes an appearance here. You must have some thoughts to deliver.
What's up?
What's up, man?
Long time, man.
It's been a while. It's been a good while. You laying low?
My guys. No, just busy. Busy everywhere, traveling, man, everywhere. I'm everywhere, but
yeah. Can you get closer to the mic?
I thought it was time to make an appearance and give some thoughts and insight on what's going on.
So have you been watching what we've been barking about?
I'm not watching it, I'm living it in real life.
Okay. You have a horrible manager that is giving you bad advice and setting you up all kinds of wrong ways. Is that what you're saying?
Man, this is bad. That was really bad.
Yeah.
That was bad.
Yep. It was not good.
That was bad. So, I mean, basically, I'm going to piggyback off y'all's conversation. So y'all let me know what we talking about. I'll give my input.
Okay.
I don't want to interrupt the flow. So y'all let me know what we talking about. Any
all right.
questions, send the questions and I'll answer them as best as I can.
All right.
I got the Crown in me. I got the Prime, the Sprite, the double cup, so I'm feeling good. So
I'm just used to seeing you stoned. I'm not drunk, so this could be interesting. But you know, it's more in line with the theme of the show, having a drink during the show. Eric Winola says, Eric was just on here like 3 weeks ago, but we didn't have this juicy thing to talk about. I think Gregg is right. He has definitely changed the way Americans think about soccer in this country. I mean, certainly my brother and my mom were, you know, they're like, what is this? You told me to watch that? That was atrocious, Derek. Like, I'm losing favor in my own family, pushing U.S. soccer on my own family. They're like, dude, come on, this team sucks. I'm like, really? They're not that bad. Trust me. There's good players on this team. It's not that they're not as bad as they just played. And it's just hard to continue to make that argument after they watched the Jamaica game with me too. And they watched, maybe it wasn't Jamaica. They watched the Trinidad and Tobago game, you know?
Well, they talk about how these performances aren't. Tim talked about this in the press, or we didn't cover it, but he talked about how like this result's not pushing us back a step or two. It's a learning experience, but it's pushing us back in the sense of the casuals who jump on to watch the game from time to time and see us get absolutely curb stomped by Colombia are probably not going to actively make an effort to come back and watch unless you have somebody that holds your hand to bring you on to watch the match.
And well, the problem is
negative,
Brett, with my friends, Aaron, Daniel, blah, blah, blah. And then I keep in contact. My own family is, and I keep making the same excuse, which is, no, these players are actually a lot better than they look right now. And I've been saying that for so long. The only time it got validated was the USA-England game, right? That's when it got validated. Oh, okay, yeah, they put up a good fight. But that's the only time Gregg's played pragmatically, right? So it's like, I mean, where our patterns of play weren't obvious, and we played safe. And if we had to, we booted it. If we needed to just clear it. We didn't ask Mac Turner to be, a wizard in the box. And he's been bad with his feet lately. And I mean, he had some good passes in that game that were but generally
they were all average passes you would expect a professional goalkeeper to be able to make.
Generally, yes.
A lot of times he was under the most minuscule pressure, and he's launching at 30 yards out of bounds. I mean, that was not a good performance on his, especially with his distribution. His distribution has always been suspect, anyways, especially under pressure.
And now what does he bring? He doesn't bring anything, because the one thing Matt Turner brought was amazing shot stopping, and now that's gone. Like those,
he was so bad. He was so terrible.
Yep. I mean, he used to save shit, and you'd be like, "Holy crap! Wow, how'd he save that?" But now you're not even saying that anymore, and you haven't said it for some time. I couldn't say it the whole Nottingham Forest season when he was a starter. There wasn't one like save he made where I went, "Wow, that's the old Matt Turner I remember from the Revs." You know, maybe the shots are better or whatever you want to argument you want to make. But he used to do things like Casey Keller did when he stood on his head against Brazil. And, you know, that was an amazing game. So much that all the Brazilian players came up to Casey Keller after that game and shook his hand, because they were like, that's the most amazing goalkeeper performance I've ever seen. Well, we haven't seen that. And granted, Casey Keller wasn't asked to use his feet back in those days, because that wasn't a goalkeeper thing. But even the basic shot stopping, amazing shot stopping that we got out of Tim Howard and Casey Keller and Brad Friedel and all kinds of amazing shot stoppers that we used to have, that just seems to be gone. And his confidence seems to be in the shitter. All right.
I mean, well, he had that shot stopping ability. It's just
it went away.
Shot to shit. Yeah, and he just
went away. Ugh. Usually you want to forget matches, you say, Brett, like Saturday, but the growing trend of uninspired performances by the U.S. men's national team. What would it take for you to keep Gregg Berhalter as manager if you were Betty Crocker? Did you do this one, Diego? You vote on this one?
What was the question?
What would it take if you were Betty Crocker to keep Gregg? What's he gonna have to do in Copa?
Get out of the group, semifinals, win Copa, or nothing.
I mean, I know the answer. It's not really a question for me. I mean,
it isn't for me either.
If he makes it out the group, his job is safe.
That little bit, huh?
If he doesn't make it out the group, then there will be a conversation to fire him. It's a real thing, though. Like, it's not like, this isn't a hypothetical. This is like, if he doesn't make it out the group, then there will be a real conversation about moving on for him. Why even hire him in the first place? We're way past that.
Yeah,
they did it. It is what it is. You can't go back and undo it. He brought him in for another 4 years. But if he doesn't make it out of the group, he might not have a job. So I am not saying to root against your own country.
No.
But if you want to play devil's advocate, if your country doesn't make it out the group, then you as a fan base will probably get what y'all want.
I'm not rooting against my own country.
But there will be a positive coming out of losing in the Copa America in the group stage.
I get it.
Positive is finding a new coach. But then do you even trust the federation to find a better coach than Gregg to begin with? I don't know.
I mean, McBride talked about this today, actually, that this is not that simple. You just can't go out and just go hire Jurgen Klopp. I don't know if we have that. We do somewhere. It's
that's a different quote here.
Yeah, I can give
we got the Brian McBride quote, our video pulled up. You can always go over that.
Oops. Yeah, I mean we should, because
sure we can pull it. Real quick, Diego. So we had Eric Winalda on, like Derek said, like 3 weeks ago or whatever, and he painted this picture, and this corroborated with what you said back in like
during Nations League?
February or January about how Jesse Marshall was going to be the next U.S. men's national team coach, and he basically
corroborated it.
That corroborated with it. And then Tact had a comment he made on the post-game show where that Berhalter was primarily brought back because of the players were wanting him back, and he has this from an inside as well.
And in fact, what Winalda said was that Marsh was pretty much almost offered the job practically. It was to the point where Marsh thought, I definitely am going to get hired.
I mean,
and then at the last second, they pulled the rug right out from under him.
He turned down Leicester, he turned down Southampton, and all of a sudden he got pulled out. And now,
when I tell you guys that I stand on what I know, he was going to be the next coach of the National League. Like, it was done. The only thing that was missing was the signature on paper, which I guess is the most important part anyways. There was a verbal agreement between him and Matty Crocker and everyone else to hire him as the next head coach of the United States men's national team.
That's what Winola said, yes.
But
verbal.
Something happened those last days, I think, once Jesse knew he was going to get it. He started asking for a little bit of more things behind the scenes, a little bit of more power. And that's where it all ended. That's where it all went downhill. And the Federation was just like, nope, we're bringing you to be the head coach, and that's it. You will not have decision-making on anything else above that. You're in charge of the players on the field, off the field. There's no power to be given around here. There's a reason there's a hierarchy for that, and you are not a part of that. So take it or leave it. And Jesse mutually agreed to just, never mind then. This isn't the position for me. But it was set in stone. Like, it was done. I said this. Like, I said this during the search. I was like, yo, Jesse Marsh is the front runner. He is going to be the coach. Like, I know this for a fact. He is going to be the coach. This is from somebody within the Federation that told me this. This is also players that knew who they were going to hire. This is multiple people that told me, that are part of this organization, told me he is going to be I was there. I was in Las Vegas. I was in LA for the training camp for Nations League. I was there. I was there with them every day. I knew who was going to be hired. And then it just broke down.
So, somebody brought up, I don't know if it was Tact or it was, I know Winalda mentioned some of the phone calls that were made to some of the players, and Jack Pineda's asking which were the players that were in support of Gregg Berhalter. I think the obvious one was Pulisic.
Christian.
Pulisic, Weah, and Adams were all verbally or publicly
that's your captain, your vice captain, and then Weah, who's been there since 2019, so a veteran of the team.
Sure.
Yeah. There were others that didn't seem to give a fuck either way, like Tim Reams. Like, I don't really care. That's not my job. I don't care who you hire.
Yeah, good 2 years left of me.
And then, but there were, especially the most important player on the team at the time was Pulisic. Of course, they're not calling Reyna to ask him whether or not he wants Gregg back. He's going to say, no, I don't want him back, right? But the rest of them, especially in public, did say flattering to
even
mildly flattering.
Wes's answer was neutral. Wes's answer is like, it's crazy when I go back and look at Wes's quote when he had just loaned to Leeds, and they had asked him about Gregg, if they think he should return as the coach. Weston's answer was somewhere along the lines with, honestly, don't think it matters who's our coach because we have such a good.
He did say that.
We have such.
I remember that.
We have such a good core of players that if you give us any coach, if we all perform to our best ability, we'll be good enough to compete with the best in the world. Crazy. Going back and watching that quote, how confident Wes is about himself and his teammates, but somehow when they get to the national team, they're literally trash. And it's because, in retrospect, Wes is wrong. You can't just have any coach on the sidelines and you guys are going to play as good as you guys play in club. That's false. Like,
right.
The coach does actually matter.
Yes.
Wes and other players thought that core group is good enough where you can just give them anybody and they can play well. BJ proved that point, but that's because BJ just let them play.
Yeah.
But then Gregg kind of pissed on that point and made Wes kind of look silly. Like, no, your coach does kind of matter because a terrible coach will make you guys look terrible.
Can I give you an example? Remember when Atlanta was searching for, a new coach after the legend they got? They ended up hiring that Dutch twat who basically failed at every club team. He's a Dutch legend. Can't remember his name off the top of my head for whatever reason. old man, but and he was a failure everywhere he went. He lasted, I think, 6 months at Atlanta, and they were absolutely wretched and horrible. So yeah, there's such a thing as a bad manager or an
Didn't he go on to
ineffective.
coaching the Dutch side though?
No.
Oh.
De Boer, thank you.
Okay.
I mean, and everybody knew De Boer was horrible. He'd been horrible wherever he had gone, everywhere. And Atlanta still hired him. And guess what? Atlanta went from being an extremely competitive team to one of the worst teams in MLS. Almost instantly.
Yeah.
He had no connection with the players whatsoever. And in this case, I don't know why Pulisic. Well, here's the real reason the players who spoke out for Berhalter did
I
so.
couldn't tell you why.
I can tell you why.
Well, I mean, I know why. I mean, I guess Christian, but I mean, Christian.
Don't rock the boat.
Yeah, they're happy because they're the star, and they know they don't want the boat rocked because they're starters. They're locked in starters for the team. Of course, they love Gregg. Now, the other guys that might not be around that much longer, like Tim Reamer, like, I don't really care.
I
Probably
literally know, and I'm not gonna say it. I'm around these people so much, literally a lot. There's a handful of players that just completely despise him. Don't like him at all.
And you know what they call him behind his back? We've heard this too.
They can't stand him.
From our guests after the show is over, we have talks with them.
They cannot
They're like,
stand this man.
Behind the scenes, they're like, he's a weirdo.
They can't stand him.
He's a weird guy. He has sometimes no emotion, no ability to connect with people in a authentic way. Because it's always about the show. It's always about the slideshow. It's always about the point. He's like, he thinks he's a philosopher, is what they say. And they're like, dude, you're not that smart. Can we just stick to soccer?
He overcomplicates things.
Yes.
I can name at least 5 players right now. They don't like him.
I know one for sure. Joe Scally. I mean, I'm saying that because I've read too many actual media where Joe Scally pulls no punches.
One is very obvious. If you want to give Scally one is very obvious.
Obvious, yes, Reyna.
No. Okay. Besides him.
Oh, okay.
There's another one that should be very obvious.
Wait, Diego, are you saying that the birthday cake that Berhalter brought out didn't mend all the fences?
Fuck that birthday cake. I always tell people online, I'm like, dude, don't give in too much to what you see at these pressers or these videos, because these pressers and these videos are designed to make Gregg look good.
But they don't. That's the crazy thing. They actually make him look like shit. Like his little slideshow about how are we going to change the way Americans do American soccer.
Like the pressers though, like they're supposed to help his kid. You know what I'm saying? Like, I don't know.
They're supposed to.
What I'm trying to say is they're not gonna speak out negatively against him.
That's
suicide. That's what I meant. It's right. You're not gonna get the true thoughts of these players.
He makes himself look bad. They can't do anything about it. So
the big example, again, we talked about this earlier, was when Michael Cameron came out and said during the was it Richards and
Ream
CCV
maybe, yeah.
When he came out and said we haven't beaten Colombia in 26 matches
or whatever it was,
just basically, indicating like, well, if we lose to Colombia, guys, we shouldn't be surprised.
Yeah, but we didn't just lose; we got.
But the idea there is to kind of soften the blow for if and when it happened, which it did happen.
Which I'm sure you already saw, Diego. Let's go real quick to this McBride quote. McBride on why they can't really replacing Gregg's not going to be as simple as you think. Starting at 45-45.
If you dish out the money, it is.
Yeah, well, he explains that. He says it ain't that easy. Watch this.
At 45 what?
45-45, I believe. Yeah.
Colombia, I'm texting all my friends. If you know this guy, can I get some numbers here?
How much is Jurgen Klopp going to be? You know.
So to answer your question, Charlie, in that position, you always have a list. So you always have a list of coaches that you think would work in our system and in the federation. So now the calls and the questions.
This isn't really the clip. I'm sorry. But he does what he says there is, yes, Matt Crocker does have a list of other coaches, but he isn't going to reach out to any of them. He just has a wish list, and he's maybe talked to their agents.
If they don't make it out the group, that they will be reached out to.
They will be activated. Correct. He will start getting on the phone. You would think.
Dream candidates for U.S. soccer, right?
But he's already got a wish list, and he's probably put out the word to their agents to see, if they'd even be interested. If there's an emergency clause, of course, BJ will take over in the interim, unless BJ somehow offended by Gregg getting fired, which I doubt he would be. Maybe they bring Hudson back. Who knows? And then this is where he really answers why we can't hire a big coach. 48-19. He just says it.
That's the other big issue that people don't talk about. Because the federation is a non-for-profit, and we've gone through the process of making sure that the men and women, which is great, are paid the same. The head coaches are paid the same. You have to look at this and understand any move you make. And if you're going for one of these big guys, you're talking 8-10 million a year. And we don't have the finances. We don't have the finances for that. And maybe after the World Cup that changes. But at this point in time, your pool's limited. And it's not going to be, unless there's a situation where the head coach says, I want this. I will take a pay cut. And I will, go and put my stamp on this group. You're running into the pool is a lot smaller than what people think, just because of the ability.
The pool is a lot smaller because of the bed we made.
I hate when they say they don't have any money. Do you know how much sponsorship money they're getting right now because the World Cup's about to happen in this country?
Yeah, it's going to be a lot. But he's saying we're going to get all that money after the World Cup's over, is what he's basically saying.
Sponsorships are lined up before the World Cup.
Yeah, but I think they haven't got all the ones they want. But you're right. What he's saying is basically if we go out and pay this new manager, let's just say we'll use Club, for example, although that's Disneyland stuff. And you pay Club 8 to 10 million a year, you're going to have to pay Emma 8 to 10 too. And, that's basically what he's saying. He's implying that that's got to be equal. So she'll get a pay raise if we manage to hire someone who's making that much money. And then what Brian's saying here is so if that's going to happen, we just need somebody who's like, I'll take the job and take the pay cut. And I don't know who that could be. Honestly, the only handful of realistic ones were Marsh and Matarazzo, who would probably say, you know what, I will take a pay cut.
He just wanted to be matched his Hoffenheim salary, and he would have gladly put his name in the hat. But even then, they didn't want to match his salary.
Yeah, which is too bad, because I think Matarazzo, of all the people that we talk about on here, maybe Herzl.
I think Hugo Perez would be fine with Berhalter's salary.
Hugo Perez is so far out of the
I'm just saying.
He is of another era. He's a Tap Ramos era guy. He's even older than that. Those guys are so out of the clique at U.S. Soccer, they've got no chance. But I don't care what he did with El Salvador.
My point would be is that Hugo would probably take the job, and we could probably have gotten away with paying Emma even less.
But
because they both would have paid less.
Probably not in the mix, though.
No, he's not in the mix.
It sounds like a U.S. soccer problem.
El Salvador's looked like shit, by the way, since he left.
They're shit with him.
Well,
a shit team.
They ended up shit, but when he first got there, he did some amazing things with that team.
He had shit to work with. Is a problem.
Yeah. I guess you can't use it against them.
But then again, El Salvador always had our number. But quite frankly, all
at home at their home
had our number. They came to the United States and held us to a 1-0 victory, and it was ugly.
You know who saved them that game?
El Salvador.
Pepe. Yeah,
I don't know.
It's Pepe, right?
Hmm?
Yeah. Okay. Thought I remembered that.
It's his savior.
Yeah.
Who somehow always finds himself on the outside looking in.
Saved him against Honduras too, by the way, when that was looking sketchy and things had fallen apart. Also, Charlie goes on to say, and we're not going to play this. He's like, man, I said the very same thing about the equal pay thing and the realities of that and why it's going to limit, the big ass coach you guys all want. Like Clough's he's not taking a pay cut to come to coach the United States.
I don't think that's even in his mind.
No,
Mourinho
has mentioned it. He's talked about wanting
to got paid a lot of money to go to Turkey.
Exactly. So, but he had mentioned in a quote that he'd be very interested in coming to the United States and coaching at some point. And but
he also said that about Portugal.
He says it about a lot of people, but you know what? He said it about us. That's enough to give you a small Woody. I'm not going to get you fully erect because we can't pay Mourinho $8 million a year. Because then we got to pay Emma $8 million a year. That's what Chuck is saying. That's what McBride is saying.
But the women's soccer, they bring in some money. They're good.
I'm not disagreeing with that. And, Emma's probably the best there is out there. Maybe she does deserve $8 million. But what Brian's saying is we can't afford it until after the World Cup because we got to bring in all that money from those sponsors. And most of those bills and those sponsors, they're not paying those bills until after the World Cup. Because
I have a rant about Gregg and this team.
Go for it.
I don't know what have y'all talked about?
Everything.
We just jumped into Gregg at this point. Oh.
What was y'all's general conversation about? Like, you don't have to mainstream me. What was y'all's general conversation about the Colombia game? Like, what was?
Well,
synopsis, Derek. Let's not make this a 4-hour show.
Well, a synopsis would be obviously we're trying to play a very specific way. Gregg doesn't adjust for the competition at all, and
he never adjusts ever.
We don't even worry about, and he said it. Gregg said it himself. We don't care about the way the other team plays. We're focused on the way we play. Well, sometimes you got to look at your opponent and adjust. And know where your strengths, and as Ali said, the strengths, the weaknesses, and your limitations, and play to those strengths and hide the limitations. Well, Gregg's not able to do that. That's just not something he does as a coach. And so that's kind of the bottom line. And there were a lot of mental mistakes, obviously. But go ahead. It doesn't matter. I mean,
my synopsis is, and take this how you want to take it. I think I've said this in the past, and I think I got shit for it on a space. And people wanted to know who I was referring to specifically. I'm not referring to anyone specifically. I'm referring to as a whole. Yes, I know the World Cup is coming. But what is appealing to these players about playing for this specific national team when they don't have much history? It's not France, it's not Brazil, it's not Argentina, it's not Germany, it's not Spain, right? What is the appeal to play for the national team? So my synopsis on that game is Gregg doesn't motivate these players enough for them to want to play to their best abilities because their priorities after playing 10 months for their clubs is kind of wanting to be on vacation or with their families or doing something funner than playing for a guy like Gregg. Because these players, most of them, I understand Gio situation was a little complicated this season, didn't play that much. But when all the players are playing for club, they're pretty good. They're good players.
They're good players.
So why is it that when they come to national team and they play an opposition where they actually have to give it a good effort, do they play below their actual ability? To me, from what I've understood, from what I see, from what I'm around, is they're just not motivated to play for this guy. The national team doesn't pay their bills. They don't get paid to be here. So I don't think that just representing the crest is enough for them. I don't think Gregg does enough to make them want to be there. Whereas with their club, they're being paid millions of dollars.
I think it's also, though, that they're comfortable with Gregg.
And they're playing with coaches who actually, most of them know what the fuck they're doing or what the fuck they're talking about. So when you take in consideration the fact of they're playing for free on the national team.
Not totally.
They're not playing for free.
They're
playing for free. They get their stuff paid for, but they're playing for free. Their stuff is paid for, but they're playing for free. Like,
no, I don't think that's true. They're not
like we're talking about comparing to what they make for a club. Like,
no, yeah,
sure.
In comparison, yes, but
in comparison, that's fair.
They do get paid to actually play.
Yeah, they're compensated, but they're not paid millions of dollars to represent the national team. Their priorities, their club. The priorities is their family. I don't know where playing for the national team ranks some of these players, but I can tell you it's not top 3 priorities in their life. Especially when they come here and they have to play for a coach as incompetent as Gregg. Sometimes it makes me feel that they don't even want to play for him, but they're not going to reject a call up, right? Like, not playing for the national team is cool and all.
It's kind of a sad statement what you're saying here, but
I'll take into consideration the fact that the players may not necessarily be motivated to play for Berhalter. But if I ever found out any of these players, that's including Pulisic, ever like regarded playing for the national team as burden,
it's not about the country. I'm not saying it as like they're not motivated to play for the country. They're not motivated to play for Gregg.
That's fair.
So it's like you're coming from being paid millions and around all these great talents all over the world, because these guys all play
managers in some cases,
being paid a lot of money, and then you come and you have to report to a guy like Gregg. It just doesn't move them.
Sure, and
I just don't know where their priorities, where playing for Gregg prioritized in their head. Like,
and Lawless said this, by the way, when he was on our show. The one thing Gregg is really bad at is motivating players.
And that's what the feel I get being around these guys, talking to some of these guys. It's just like, it's not exciting to play for him. So, like, you get called up to the national team, and it's just like, it's not like you're about to go represent Spain or Brazil or Argentina, and you're being coached by this, great coach. Like, oh, here's another 10 days with fucking Gregg.
Well, for most of them, going back to Gregg is a step down from where they're at right now, and the coaches they have on their clubs.
Can you name one player on that team that has a worse coach than Gregg? Honestly,
no, I know. Even though some of them are soccer terrorists, but yeah, they were at Juventus. But still, obviously,
I'm still taking Allegri over Gregg at the national team.
I agree. You got a super chat there, Brett.
Yeah, I was waiting for you guys. You guys were talking.
So it's just like that. That's just my synopsis on the game. It's just I don't think these players are moved by Gregg. So I'm not saying they don't give it their all, but it's just like Gregg isn't getting in their heads like you should want to give it your all. Like, maybe you should fucking give it your all. Because I think you're fucking doing us as players wrong by forcing a style of play that just isn't going to work.
Here's the amazing thing. You watch Jesse Marsh do interviews in England and here or whatever. He had that show. You watch Bruce Arena and the recent Kicking It. You watch even Jurgen Klinsmann comes off as a likable person. Like somebody you could probably have a beer with and just sit down and shoot the shit. I can't even imagine having a conversation that was open and free and beyond the basic philosophies. Anything interesting with Gregg. And this is from somebody who's used to interview Bruce Arena who told me I asked him a stupid question. So I'm just telling you, like, there's just something weird about that guy. Like, personally weird.
I don't know what I don't know what it is. And by the way, like, I'm reading comments. I'm not saying they're not prideful of playing for the country. That's not what I'm saying. I'm saying I don't think playing for Gregg moves them. I just don't. Like,
right.
It takes a lot for them to get their juices flowing for Gregg. Is what you're saying.
I'm sure everyone's excited to play. I'm sure everyone's excited to play the World Cup. Who wouldn't? Especially at home. So I know Weston and Chris and Gio and Jedi and Chris, other Chris, Cam. Everyone's excited to play the World Cup. But it's like, damn. Okay.
Are they not excited to play Copa?
You ever seen a real pretty girl and then she opens her mouth and her teeth are all busted up?
No, I've never seen that, but I could imagine it. Oh yeah,
I haven't been to England, so I don't know.
I met an English girl like that. Yeah.
You know, we live in this beautiful country who has this beautiful opportunity to host the biggest sporting event of all time if it's done right, being the World Cup in 2026. But then when she opens her mouth, you realize that the person leading this country, this host country, is Gregg Berhalter. That's the metaphor I'm trying to make.
Sometimes it's not her teeth. Sometimes it's what comes out of her mouth.
Whatever it is.
Yeah.
When they open their mouth, you wish she would have just kept it fucking closed. That's the U.S. hosting the World Cup with Gregg at the helm. Like it's pretty, it looks pretty, but then you find out what's behind it, and you're just like, yeah, never mind.
Yeah.
I don't think these players are motivated by Gregg, and because you see them play for the club. Yeah. They look great, and then they come home, and it looks like that.
You're not saying anything different than Lala said in so many other different words, which was what he said was that's the one part of his job Gregg's not good at motivating. Because we brought out the African dogs quote. We played him the video about we're going to change the way America views American soccer. And, you looked out to the crowd of those players, and most of them were like, what are we talking about here? And then, he calls on Brendan Aronson to answer and poor McKenzie. Meanwhile, in the background, Tillman's like, what are we talking about here? What are we talking about?
I don't speak much English. Yeah. Well, we basically said it from the get-go anyways. The biggest talking point really is that we have these players who are good players and a lot of them are playing for really good teams. And they week in, week out, they're playing and they're performing well. But then they come back and there's just some disconnect, despite the fact that they have this culture built up as far as coming back and seeing good friends that they've known forever. You would imagine that they'd hit that pitch.
That's cool. That's cool and all. That's cool and all in the locker room, at the hotel, at the dinners. Like, that's cool to hang out with your boys. But when it comes to the on-field, that's on Gregg to put up. That's on Gregg to put on a performance, and he's not doing enough to get these players riled up to be like, yeah, let's go fucking put 3 on these guys.
Well, number one, listen, with all understanding that that's what Gregg is bad at, that shouldn't need to happen because they should be playing for each other. I'm sorry. They should
but when Gregg is controlling the way they play, can't really play for each other.
Well, that's what we were talking about too, Derek.
Gregg is in control of all this.
The system stifles any form of creativity, the play that you would expect to see. People who've known each other for a decade plus.
There's
no have this level of creativity and flow.
There's no way that Johnny, who is, when it came 5 months, became one of the best young midfielders in La Liga. Weston, who's played since 2019 at a high level in Germany and Italy and constantly performed. And Gio, who we've seen Gio at his peak with Dortmund and against Mexico and other national teams. There's no way those 3 players can't fucking figure it out amongst each other.
Right.
But because Gregg is telling Gio to fucking play basically as an 8.
Almost a 6.
Playing West, basically isolating West, where he touched the ball 19 times in the first.
I know. It was horrible.
So isolating
25
West.
total.
I don't even know what role. I don't even know what role West is, and I'm afraid to even ask him. I'm sure he's not happy about it.
Yeah.
And then Johnny looked good for his first actual major start, with all eyes on him. He looked good, but he was still at fault for he was a fault for a goal, and he still kind of at times looked like not so comfortable. There's no way that those 3 guys amongst each other couldn't figure it out, but somehow Gregg made it look like these guys don't belong on the national team.
Right. Again, we talked about it in the sense that when Hudson and BJ were running the team worked. They flowed.
Because
everything
they
looked much
play
better.
to the players' abilities. Gregg tells the players to play to his system.
Yeah.
Right.
It's like the national team should be the easiest fucking job possible. You have a pool of your best players your country has available. Play to their abilities. Just don't fuck it up.
Right.
Like Gregg is so adamant on implying his system to these players. And it's like they're not buying it. It's not good. It's not working.
Well, they look constipated.
It's not working.
Mm-hmm.
It's so fucking easy. Like, dude, you know what Gio's best traits are. Let him receive the ball in the final third and put that final pass into the box for someone to finish it. Find Balo or Christian, or let West play where he plays with Juve. Like, let him roam around and shift to the right and put some crosses in or whatever the fuck it is. I'm not a tactician. But I'm saying I know what these players are good at, and what they're good at, Gregg completely disregards because it doesn't fit his system.
So that midfield trio should have been Cardoso and McKinney as a double pivot with
Gio at the
Reina
10.
up top.
100%. But Gio was playing really fucking deep.
He shouldn't be in our defensive third.
No,
that's not where we need him.
Gio is known for not fucking defending. His ass was defending, which isn't a bad thing. But I'm just saying,
it's not.
He's so fucking close to his own goalie's box that he's defending. That's how close he is to his box.
Yeah.
Like,
no, totally agree. Totally agree.
Or he's being made track down to defend when it's like, no, Gio's Gio. Gio doesn't. I'm not saying we know what happened in Qatar in training. We know what happened. Gio doesn't like to defend. Gio likes to roam around in between the half field line and the final third and just wait for the ball, maybe take a guy on and find somebody. That's what Gio likes to do. Gio does not like connecting the back line to the midfield. That's not Gio's role.
Yeah, he's like almost playing him as a regista.
That's not his role. And because that's what you want him to do in your system, you're taking away literally your most creative player. No disrespect to Christian. Christian's our best player, but Gio's your most creative player. And you're taking him away from being the most creative player. You're taking him away from being able to connect with Balo, the guy that you spent years trying to recruit.
Yep. Go ahead, Brett. Sorry.
It's all to fit your system. So you just went and spent 2-3 years recruiting Balo. By the way, didn't even do it at the end of the day because you couldn't get to him the way the other people did. But it doesn't matter. You spent all these resources on Balo, and then you bring him in, and you don't even play to that kid's best abilities. How do you think he feels that you're like spending years to recruit him and telling him all this good shit, and then you get him, and you don't even use him properly? What the fuck was the point of those 3 years of selling me a dream with this national team?
Well, Gregg said a number of times how he doesn't know how to utilize Balogun. So
it's connected to using Gio.
Yeah. Well, Balogun flat out told him, he's like, hey, I really like playing next to Gio.
Right. We all remember Balogun storming off the field after one of those games and basically, Berhalter trying to calm him down because that's how pissed Balogun was about the way we set up and the way we played. And he's basically telling Berhalter, I don't barely touch the ball, and I'm touching the ball in weird places that I don't touch the ball when I play.
Dude, these guys are not ground or line breaking players at the club level. So why do you think that they're going to be that for you?
Well, we try to play like Barcelona 2010, and we're not Barcelona. I don't know what we're doing.
We're not. No disrespect, not technical enough.
Right. And we're trying to play like Spain 2010,
Dude, against higher opposition, know your players. But because Gregg doesn't care about his opposition, he doesn't care about what they got going on. Gregg, you have to realize at some point that the opposition is probably better than you. So play to what's going to work. And I guess that's just playing for the counterattack.
We don't have Xavi. We don't have players like that on this team.
You can't go player for player against certain teams. I don't know why he thinks he can, let alone in his goofy system.
Yeah.
I read a lot that back in the day, the U.S. would simply sit back and play for the counterattack to beat bigger teams, and it worked.
Yep, it did.
That was our identity.
Yeah, I'm going to read.
Okay, you have the personnel to do that. You have Chris Richards, Tim Ream, Cameron, CCB, or whoever you want to use as your center back. Or you can put Jedi as the left center back and put someone out on the wing back that can give you something to counterattack with. But it's like, whatever. You have the players to do this. This 3-back, you have the players to do that against stronger opposition. He's not going to do it. He's not going to do it. He's going to continue to want to play a system against better teams, and it's not going to work.
Not this late in the game.
It's not going to work.
It's too late. Bimmy for $4.99. We criticize Klinsmann for not knowing tactics and not having a plan B in games. Well, like Klinsmann is the exact opposite kind of coach that Berhalter is.
He throws all the shit up against the wall and see what.
He's just like, go out and play.
What's gonna stick, guys?
Right. While GGG never has a plan B and sets up our team the same way every game. Yeah, it's very predictable. We said it 1,000 times. You're right on the money. They are the opposite of each other. I
have heard from, I won't say who, but I'm becoming better at not dropping names.
Yeah.
Go ahead and read this super chat. Go ahead and read this super chat.
Go and tell the story because we got a couple of super chats set up here too.
When when they are down at halftime, I just get curious. Sometimes. So here's the thing: when I'm with these guys, I'm a fan of the game when I'm online, and I want to enjoy discourse, right? Right? I'm a fan of the game.
Sure.
In real life, I'm not a fan of them. These are my friends. So, but sometimes the little devil on my shoulder wants to ask fan-related questions, and so I'm curious sometimes to just say, what the fuck does Gregg say at halftime to you guys? I really need to know. When they're playing from behind, or they're just not playing so good, Gregg doesn't go into the locker room and say, hey guys, we need to change this, we need to change that, because he doesn't say any of that. He tries using philosophy to get to these players to just simply play better.
Mm-hmm.
He just simply try being this fucking philosophist and just say some crazy fucking outlandish quote to get these guys to play better. When in reality, these players just want to make adjustments. They're not trying to hear some fucking quote from the 1700s.
So
that's what Gregg does at halftime. He drops some fucking quotes, some philosophy, and then it's time to go outside, back to the game.
Yeah.
And these players just are kind of looking around like, okay, but what do we do about this and that and that and this? Because this ain't working.
Right. Yeah,
It's completely disregarded.
Even I'd say the other difference too between Klinsmann is, and we saw it. There were certain players like Jermaine Jones who could go up to Klinsmann in the middle of the game on the sideline and go, "This shit's broken. You need to switch things up. You got to change the formation. This is broken."
He doesn't do that. Gregg doesn't do that at half.
No, there are no.
I'm gonna go to Orlando either tomorrow or Wednesday morning, and I'm just curious to ask any of my friends, what the fuck happened at halftime against Colombia? Like, what did he say?
I mean, they did come out and play better for 20 minutes.
Yeah, they actually did come out and play
better. But that's what the U.S. does, though. They give you like 10, 15 minutes of good football, and that's more like the players are just comfortable with each other and they know each other and they can get you a good player too. But then what happened with those subs came in? They literally got dropped 3 on them.
Yeah. So I heard during halftime actually was Tyler Adams that got in everybody's face.
And that's Tyler Adams, not the coach.
In the locker room, because Gregg doesn't ever erupt.
Why do you think John Brooks isn't there?
Right. Because John Brooks would get in people's faces too.
John Brooks stood up against Gregg.
But he had a German accent, so that wasn't acceptable.
And did John have the best approach the way he stood up to Gregg? Probably not.
No, throwing things is probably
isn't. But throwing them at Gregg is probably not the best way. But I think Jay tweeted this. He was like, John Brooks wouldn't have allowed this to happen. And someone was like, well, if John Brooks was playing, they would have scored more. And it's like, that's not the fucking point. The point is to have someone in the locker room like John Brooks that stands up against Gregg and says, listen, bro, all this shit you're saying sounds good, but then we need to make adjustments. And that's what, from what I know, that's what John Brooks used to do. John Brooks used to say, hey, sounds good, but what are we actually going to do about this? You need to do this. You need to do that. You need to do this. Let's go out there and let's fucking change this shit up.
Right, but
Gregg didn't like that. Gregg did not like that.
Yeah, Gregg's not Jurgen.
Gregg didn't like that.
Jurgen would listen to Jermaine Jones and go, yeah, you're right. This is broken. I'm going to change it. And he did versus Mexico in one of the first qualifying games. It didn't fix the situation completely because we were already down 2-0 and we didn't go on and win that game. But at least he listened. And, there are certain players that Jurgen didn't like and had personal grudges against. That's the one thing I don't like about Jurgen. But it seems to me that nobody plays that Jermaine Jones role for this current team. There's maybe Adams can say something to Gregg and he will make an adjustment.
Can you let him fill me in Jermaine Jones? Like, I didn't watch US back then because Weston wasn't on the team. So like, who's Jermaine Jones? Like, I know his name, but like, who was this guy?
Jermaine Jones was a long-time player in Germany in the Bundesliga for Schalke. He played for Germany earlier in his career, and then it was able to make the one-time switch to the United States. But he held a lot of respect from Berhalter because he was one of our. I mean, from Klinsmann, because he was one of the best players that we had at the time.
But he didn't necessarily like him personally.
No, they were both German, so they got along. They understood each other. Germans can be really, really grouchy and emotionally negative. They're not real pat you on the back guys, and that's another thing.
Was he a defensive mid?
Yeah, defensive mid / sort of an 8/6 if you needed him to be, but he mostly played an 8 for us. Great player, scored against Portugal in the World Cup, and he would step on some toes, which is what Klinsmann always asks. I've never heard Berhalter say that we need to be more aggressive. We need to, even if you have to step on some toes and foul some people sometimes.
That's not what Gregg likes.
Gregg does not, because you look at the foul count after the game. I think they had 12 fouls and we had 4. It's like there were other times.
It's crazy. The type of person that Tyler Adams is doesn't fit Gregg, but he's kind of undeniable to Gregg, though. You know what I'm saying? But like, who Tyler is on the field doesn't really necessarily fit Gregg. Like, he's a dirty, malicious player. Not like dirty, but like he's.
You know the hilarious thing is that Gregg as a player was a sort of malicious, dirty player. Like, he knew when to foul. In fact, he was known for having a super.
He doesn't like the loud personalities. That's what I'm trying to say. He doesn't like the loud personality on the field and off the field. He doesn't like it, and that's what Tyler is.
He used to have, Gregg as a player, he was temperamental. He could easily get pissed off. All his teammates talk about it when they play with him. He was aggressive. He used to slam his head against locker rooms. He was over emotional practically. The guy you see now is a facade. Like, the real Gregg Berhalter's been killed off, burned, and buried somewhere.
For couples therapy, probably.
Well, I'm sure that affected him. Okay, I'm sure that whole experience of him losing his temper affected him. But in the long run, you do need fire in your gut. Even Klinsmann could get pissed off.
Gregg puts that fire out when he has it from players.
That's the other thing. He wants everybody else to be just like him. And you know what? That's sort of this very flaccid, unemotional, almost, besides the sniff that you get from Gregg. Remember, he does the nose sniff? That's like as much facial reaction you generally get, an occasional smile.
He has that same facial, like that same look in his face in person in real life. Like when
yes. And I've never seen him get pissed. Like, occasionally coaches get angry. Some of the best coaches get angry.
I've seen my favorite team, biggest clubs in the world, my favorite coaches, the biggest names, throw some shit on the sideline. Get in players' face, yelling them. You've seen Pep, you've seen Mourinho, you've seen Ancelotti, you've seen all these guys, all these successful coaches get in their face and yank the player and say whatever the fuck they're saying in their language, or throw some shit, or yell at their assistant, whoever. I've never seen Gregg do anything.
You know the only player that Gregg disrespects, and you could see it in the last game too? He actually was on the sideline when Scally was not deep enough back. He grabbed the back of Scally and pushed him back. Pushed him.
When you could have easily said, hey, Scally, go deeper.
He physically came on the field with his arm and pushed Scally in the back and pushed him backwards. I've never seen him do that with any other player.
Well, it's funny. It's funny because his the halftime audio that played of him on the sideline, he was doing nothing but barking orders at Scally. And the funny thing is the entire first half, especially, Scally was our best defensive player. Why are you talking to him? Talk to your other 3 fuckers.
Well, yeah, it's sad. So Leverett,
Jedi, quick, stop getting rid of the ball.
I love Jedi.
Yeah.
Had a bad game.
Horrible,
yeah, he did.
Horrible game.
Chris and Tim. You can tell that Tim hadn't fucking played in months. You could tell Tim hadn't fucking played in months. Chris was okay. I had no problem with Chris. I mean,
it wasn't horrible. No,
you can. If he ever mistake, you can remind me. I don't recall seeing a notable mistake from Chris, like the one against Jamaica. He
was having to cover he helped out Scally quite a bit.
Yeah, so he did his part. Scally, like I said in the pregame space with Jay and Edgar, I was like, honestly, Scally steps up to these things, to these moments. Like that, his best ability is to defend. He's not going to give you what Des gives, but people were worried that Diaz was going to cook him. And I was like, honestly, I'm pretty confident in Joe Scally. Like, if there's one thing he can do is defend. Like, that's what he's going to do.
I give Richards credit because
okay, and then maybe that's because Chris was helping him. Then so
Chris was helping him, yeah.
But Scally did his part. So for Gregg to be singling him out is kind of unfair, and that can kind of tell you how he feels about the player.
He's the only one that he seems to get kind of physical and nasty with. So I don't know why he does that. But
You also got to remember that he played Shaq more over him in the World Cup when he was starting for his club team, and he had just came off a good performance against Bayern Munich. So
that's why I was really surprised he got the start. Honestly, Brett called it.
Well, I knew he was going to get the start. At this point, Gregg can't deny Shaq. I mean, Gregg can't deny Joe Scally being the second running back on the second right back in the pool. Like, I've seen him train behind closed doors. Like, Scally is clearly right back option number 2 after Des. It's undeniable. But I don't really think Gregg enjoys it. But
no, he
can't really deny it. So can't really deny it.
He'd rather have somebody else, but
he would rather someone else be better than Joe Scally.
Right. Absolutely.
Like, I said it in the space. I was like, no, Gregg actually rates Joe Scally when it comes to being his second right back. But is he actually fond of him, and is he glad he's in that position? Probably not.
No.
But he knows that he's his best option.
He's a little bulldog. I like that about Scally. But, he's not giving you much in offense, as you said. Leverdad says for 199, our players used to play for flag and our country. I think they still do. I don't think that's changed. I really don't.
Yeah, I think since the super chat, I think it was clarified. Really, it wasn't necessarily that they don't like. They're struggling to represent the United States. They're struggling to play with Gregg, basically.
Hey, to a comment, I don't know who Jermaine Jones is because I'm Mexican, and the only reason I have affiliation to the United States national team is because Weston is my friend. So pre-Weston, besides the Clint Dempsey and Landon Donovan, like Howard, Bradley, I don't know who Jermaine Jones is.
Jones.
I know there's just a comment saying that I'm part of the new generation who doesn't know the history of it. I'm not a U.S. fan. I'm a Mexican fan. Like,
well, you're young, and you probably don't. And I would also say that Jermaine Jermaine Jones did help kick your guys' butts a couple times.
Probably. But
I think it was David in the chat that basically said that Jermaine Jones was Weston before Weston.
Nah,
he played that role basically.
Kind of. What he says. I bet Jermaine Jones was nasty. He was a nasty guy.
No. Yeah, there's different in the mentality in that sense. Yes.
I mean,
I think West can be nasty if he wants to be, but
Jermaine Jones would be in your face. He'd kick you down. Sure. He'd push you down. He's a physical creature. McKenny can do that, but you got to get him pissed off first.
I think in that sense, I'm referring to more of the role on the field, not necessarily the mentality of the stake. But
hey, I might be a Mexico fan by birth, but I can fucking tell you about these players because I'm around these players fucking a lot. So, to someone's comment, like I can tell you about these players. I know who they are.
Matthew Dominguez for $2. Thank you very much, Matthew. Why don't these players seem to want to win Copa? Yeah, well, some of them have said, like we got Pulisic saying, "Hey, I go to win."
Pepe
said, "I'm playing to win."
Weston said, I mean, Weston might have oversold on his comment. By the way, did y'all speak about his comment?
I don't know what his comment was. I've never.
The comment about we're not that far off from Brazil and Argentina.
Oh, well, that's fair. And I know why he believes that.
I know why he believes that. He's a very confident player, but that one, I know a lot of people like went back to it after the game and like were cooking him, and I'm like, what do y'all want him to say?
Yeah, we're.
You got to believe in your
team. Compared to
you have to be a little fucking delusional to be a professional athlete. You have to literally think you're the best. You have to think that.
You got to believe in your team too.
Yeah, and I just think he might.
I'd rather have that than guys who are like, well, this is a good build up.
So
for 2026,
Did you catch all of that in the media from all the players and coaching staff? That the expectations of Copa, it's just a stepping stone, so building up to
I went on his face and I was like, I don't know what you guys are getting from these quotes, but like, I know for a fact these players want to win. I don't understand the whole stepping stone narrative that the Federation asked them to come out and speak about. But I know for a fact these players want to win. I know these guys. They want to win. But you got to understand that they don't have the freedom of speech like other national teams to say whatever they want in the media. They don't have it. The Federation controls a lot of these interviews.
Mm-hmm.
Like they basically give you a teleprompter, right? Yes. So if that's what they told them to say, they have no choice but to say it. I'm sorry. It sucks. It sucks ass. It sucks ass. But the Federation has to approve every question. So if you are approving questions before the pressers start, you can already tell your players this is going to be your answer to that.
Right.
Where in other national teams, it's open discourse. Next question, you. Hey, da 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 da. And the player has to answer his thoughts in the moment. That doesn't happen with the national team. Every question is questions are submitted before, they're approved. You can ask it. Yes. They tell the player, hey, this might be asked to you. If we get to that reporter, this is your answer. It's scripted.
It is. That's what it sounds like. Yeah, it sounds like.
So don't think that some of these answers, I want to tell these people online, I'm like, don't think that some of these answers are actually the player's thoughts. It's much worse. It's not. It's the federation's thoughts.
Yeah.
And if the federation doesn't believe in in winning and they want to use this as a stepping stone, that should tell you a lot about the federation and where its mind's at.
That's been my running theory has been that this is the federation's way of trying to soften the blow of what might happen during Copa, so that way the outrage for firing Berhalter may not necessarily be as prevalent.
You could be like, well, we didn't have expectations to win it, so we're not really concerned that we didn't win. Da, da, da.
Yeah, after 2026, you're not going to bring Berhalter back for a third cycle.
You don't know with him. You don't know.
Hopefully not.
You don't fucking know. It's not like the president. You can't just have 2 max terms. You don't fucking know with them.
Yeah.
All right. Let's do I'll read that and then let's move to the couple lawless comments. Alex Better for $2.29. Was it alive when said players wanted to keep Gregg?
No, there's some players that was asked, and
the most important one,
Christian.
Yep. Chris Gary for $1.99. Gregg couldn't sell pussy on a troop train.
YouTube wouldn't let him say pussy.
That's weird.
Yeah.
Like, because there's pussy cat. That's weird.
Yeah.
That would be a banned word.
Could have also said like vajay or something like that.
Pussy willow. Like, there are lots of words that include the word pussy in it.
I can't believe Alexi Lalas finally came out and said something about Gregg.
Oh.
Well, I mean, he did it on our show. We had him on 4 weeks ago, and you know,
I think he quote tweeted saying, "With Gregg at the helm, this national team might be cooked."
Well, he even admitted to us that he might have been absolutely wrong fighting to have Gregg come back.
I was wondering why his dad was for Gregg.
Well, he explained it on our show.
Okay.
He thought it was if the Reyna episode and Reyna's mom doing what Reyna's mom did was going to be the deciding factor why he wouldn't get the job, that he felt that was unfair. And so he was a one cycle and out guy, but he made an exception because he thought Gregg was being treated unfairly with this investigation and all that stuff. And of course, we called him out. We said, well, you still broke your principle. You should have stuck to the one cycle thing.
My question is, what did Gregg do in his first cycle to warrant a second cycle?
Hey, man, we all asked that. And I don't even think that Lawless had a lot of info. He's not been out there like, well, Gregg did an amazing job.
Bro, if he would have gone out and gone 10-0 in qualifying or 8-2 at worst, a loss to Canada, a draw against Mexico at Mexico, fuck it, we'll take that. But his away record is trash. And his record against good teams is trasher.
Yes, it is.
And you got to draw against England. That's what you were playing for, though.
Right. Brian V for $5. I'm very concerned with our center backs. The only one I trust is Richards. And then you got an old guy like Ream. I have, I would have liked to have Prusty, Maloney, or even Brooks, but GGG is too stubborn. Yeah, the whole Maloney thing.
I like that.
To me,
Maloney.
Maloney is just shocking to me.
The Maloney thing is weird when you're calling in Tim Tillman.
Right, especially when you need a like. If you want exact like for Adams as a destroyer, that would have been your pick. Of course, we all know about Brooks. I mean, we can't regurgitate that conversation again. We broke the story here. We told you why Brooks is never going to play for the U.S. men's national team again.
Ever.
What? 3 years?
Well, unless Gregg leaves and John comes back, yeah.
2 years ago, we told you that. And the only guy who was actually tiptoeing about bringing Brooks back was actually Hudson. And that was word I got from behind the scene. And that might have been one of the reasons they were like, yeah, Hudson, why don't you get out of town here? Get out of town. We'll put BJ in there instead. Matthew Dominguez says for $5, what's the ultimate goal of the Federation if they seem to only want to control narratives and hire by nepotism? If it's a nonprofit, what's the motive? Oh boy, the motive really for a lot of those people is just to keep their jobs and stay in power. I mean, they want to win too, but if they're not going to win, that's why they have to control the narrative, because they're not going to. And money, yes, of course, no doubt. No doubt. Money is.
Yeah, someone just cooked me for wearing a hoodie. It's storming like a motherfucker outside. I was outside, okay? I didn't want to get wet. So fuck you.
You could wear
fuck you.
You could wear a tutu and a bra for all I care.
Fuck you.
Probably wouldn't be appealing, but we'd all deal with it.
I think
All
it's
right.
bringing more people to watch.
Why are so many people worried about that shit?
Why are so many people worried about me?
Well, I don't know about that. They're worried about us too. We get busted on. Like they call
Yeah, I know. Y'all get cooked too, huh?
Yeah, we get cooked for being big and fat.
We all get cooked.
Even
I don't
though
know if I have that problem about being big and fat.
no, we do. Not you, but everybody gets cooked for their appearances.
We have a decade and some change of years of experience to acquire said fatness. So,
well, I'm 52 years old. Fuck you. I can do whatever I want.
Dude, you're double my age. That's crazy. You're exactly two of me.
Yes, I am. Well, probably
Yeah,
in weight.
literally two. Literally
Probably in weight too.
Probably triple. I don't know. You might be triple.
Let's see. I'm 5'11" and 215 pounds. There you go.
You are two of me's in weight, yeah.
Well, Brett's even bigger. He's 6'2", and what do you weigh, Brett?
Probably about the 250 range.
But that's surely some muscle on him, though.
Well, I got muscle too, motherfucker. Come on now. Look at these forearms.
Yeah.
Well, we know what
I didn't know this
how
was
you've
a gun. I
reported
didn't know
those,
this was a
Derek.
gun show, fellas.
And you should see my left arm. It's even bigger because that's the one I used to spank it. All right. What else we got? More Derek photo slideshows. It's not during my good-looking era. Yeah, when I was an actual good-looking guy. All right, it's fine. I don't mind being old and ugly. I don't have a problem with it. We laugh at it when people make fun of us.
Yeah, I just I don't just acknowledge. I just don't acknowledge it. I don't really care.
I acknowledge it and we laugh. All right, what else?
It's best to just laugh because then they let go.
All right,
I got the Lawless video here.
617. It's about complacency.
This looked like a complacent and comfortable team. And that to me is really concerning, because if these players feel that they cannot be replaced, if these players feel that no matter what they do, they are fine in terms of being on the team and in terms of being on the field, then that is a problem, not just for them, but that is a problem for Gregg Berhalter.
One cycle club. Everybody should join.
Should have been one cycle.
One cycle.
Yeah.
Because more people on my side.
You can't get too comfortable. If the coach loves you, you can't get too comfortable. If you're going to make the team every time, regardless.
I don't even know. But my thing is, right now with the pool, the players that you're calling in, they're undeniably your best players. Sure. The pool is not the problem right now.
Well, that's true.
But they're complacent.
The last 2-3 spots you can fluctuate. The last 2-3 spots, but for the majority,
maybe that's the problem then.
Then that's on the development of the players. But he's calling in the best players that he has available to him right now. That's not a fact. You can't argue that. Like I said, last couple spots, debatable. Tim Tillman shouldn't be there.
Trusty Maloney missing, maybe.
But his point is that there's complacency amongst the players who may look at this and say, my position's safe. Who's going to overtake me? There was a lot more energy and a lot more diehard mentality on the pitch last cycle than there has been this year. And the same thing could be said back when Bradley started his second cycle, when Klinsmann started his second cycle. You saw the complacency that came in, which is why I'm a one cycle purist.
Or you saw a picked up team with BJ because they're like, we don't know who the next coach is going to be.
It's a new manager. That's my point.
And I know BJ's not going to be hired, but we better perform because whoever the new guy is, this is what the tape he's going to be watching. All right, the next one is style of play and playing out of the back, 12:05.
Just it looked like they were each individually playing in a different way, collectively playing in a different way, and the way that they wanted to play, they're not good enough to play. And maybe we've been saying this for years, but it really, really was clear and evident in the game against Colombia.
And that's it. And he's right. And how we listened to Ali say it, we listened to Stevie say it, we listened to Lala say it. If we were going to go back, we could listen to Miola say it. I mean, how many people got to say this? This is not what we should be doing because we don't necessarily have the guys to do this against top tier teams. We can jerk around in the backfield and play brave out of the back against everyone up to Mexico and Iran. We could do that, but not against Colombia, not against Brazil, not against Argentina.
I definitely undermined Colombia. Man, they're fucking good.
They're a good team, dude.
I thought I'm a victim of it. I thought because these boys play so well at the club, position for position, they might be just as good as Colombia or better. Besides, Diaz and a couple of the defenders.
Sure.
I said, you know what? If Gregg just allows them to play as themselves, then USA can win. Boy, was I fucking wrong.
Well, he didn't let them play.
Boy, was I fucking wrong. They look terrible.
But I mean, that's been a growing trend over the last handful of windows. And
Yeah.
it's not like they just sucked every window, but it's been gradually seemingly getting worse and worse each window. You start noticing the energy level driving down. They're making simple and stupid mistakes.
Jamaica.
Man,
mental mistakes.
They peaked in that Nations League last summer with BJ, man.
Judgmental Deed.
That was some great. That was like great.
Judgmental Deed says it's pronounced Iran, not Iran. Yes, I get it. I know. I've been saying that since a little boy. Back when
Actually, he said the vice versa. He said it's pronounced Iran, not Iran, and it's supposed to be Iran.
It is Iran.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's Iran.
Yeah.
Okay. Also, we move on to we collectively play bad on 1335. 1335.
Here when it comes to this day.
35, not 45.
I haven't seen so many U.S. players individually and collectively all play bad in a long time for this team. And was it just one of those days, or is that the easy way out?
No, that's an easy way out. When all the players play bad, that's on the coach. That's on the manager.
Well, and it's not like it just happened this one game. Again, like I mentioned just a few seconds ago, it's been gradually getting to this point. And we say it every window. We talk about, oh, geez, that wasn't a great. And we get hounded. People are like, oh, you guys are being overly negative. You guys, we won. We won Nations League. Come on. Like, yeah, but again, it's how you get the results that matter.
No, man, absolutely. And it's been looking bad for some time. Do you want to go to the Davies one?
It seems like everybody has some bad shit to say, huh?
Yeah, that's what we're trying to say here is like suddenly, not everyone, because Davies has been pretty critical before, but suddenly everybody's a little critical.
Well, it's because I don't think the attention on the national team has been as strong as it is now. Like, yeah, there's so many eyes on you now. You're about to host the World Cup.
Well, and it's getting important.
So now everyone's watching and everyone is like invested in it for the sake of their whatever the fuck they do.
And even the casuals, which we're all trying to win over casuals to this game.
Mm-hmm. You're losing casuals. They just see you're getting your ass whooped 5-1 and they're like, what the fuck?
Yeah, I mean,
I'm not even bother on Wednesday is what they say.
My mom's like, I don't know if I want to watch the way, because I told her, well, let's tune in for Brazil
what
game.
Said online. What might be worse about Wednesday? He might heavily rotate his team. By the way,
and just take an L.
Well,
no. I'm saying I've seen the lineup for Brazil. Allegedly, I think they might the lineup. Brazil's using their main players because I saw the Mexico game. They use their backups. So we know Brazil's using their best 11, like probably the 11 they're going to use in Copa, right?
Yeah, right.
The worst part about that is that Gregg might have already used his best 11 on Saturday. So
Except for Adams.
He besides Tyler, but you don't know what Tyler is right now because he's injured. Gregg might be rotating on Wednesday, while Brazil's using their best players. So it might be worse than what you think.
That's scary.
Yeah, but just from what I've heard, he might be rotating players a lot. He might be making 5-6 switches.
As good as Tillman was at PSV, he's definitely no replacement for Reyna. And as good as Johnny's been so far for Real Betis, he's not a destroyer.
Johnny had some moments, but at the same time, you're playing him out of his role, though. So
yeah, he's not a pure destroyer.
The Johnny you have at Betis, that's not the one you're trying to use at the national team. You're trying to having a like for like switch for Tyler Adams. He's not that.
No.
So this Johnny that we're seeing at Betis play really fucking well. That's not who you're going to get in the national team because you're not playing that Johnny. You're playing.
That's the problem, right?
That's the problem.
That's the problem with Berhalter.
That's not with every player.
You have Cardoso, who's not a like for Tyler, but you also have like Scally, who's not a like for Dest. You have to make some adjustments on your tactics. Otherwise, again, Berhalter's plan B is just plan A with different players.
Yep, agreed.
That's all it is. I wanted to pull up Jake's one because it's quick to pull up. Jake is
not returning my calls.
He's on our side. He's finally seen the light.
I texted Jake.
Who is this guy?
He's another US YouTuber.
He used to have a show called It's Called Soccer, which he's now changed to Jake Landau. And we've never had anything against Jake, but I guess we might have sided with Tact, and so now
he's been in our chat from time to time. I don't think he does.
No, he used to reply to my texts. He just doesn't anymore, which is fine. I'll live.
Unbeaten in 20. They're one of the best teams in CONMEBOL. There's just this feeling in my gut that says, no matter what happens at Copa America, really, like, unless we get to a semifinal, no matter who we lose to, Gregg Berhalter is not the coach to go to the World Cup with.
Well, I'm glad he finally got there, but it did take him a long ass time to get there.
Welcome to the party.
I could have told him that, and we've been saying it for 20 years. He doesn't respond to jabronis, Derek. We weren't ever sure if he was calling us jabronis or not, but
I hope he was. I still want to make a T-shirt about that.
Yeah, I always liked Jake. I thought he's a nice guy, and I don't have anything against Jake. I mean, we criticized what he said about Tack. We thought that was tactless, but other than that, I mean, that's a small criticism. Really, honestly, we were very nice about that. All right, but not because we're defending Tack, because we've criticized Tack on this show, but Tack doesn't give a shit. He could give two shits what we say when we disagree with him. He just comes right back on our show again. So I mean, and we're fine with that. And the same thing goes with Pete. We've had so many disagreements with those two guys, but it's never personal. It's not personal. They know that. We know that.
Lawless came on our show, so
yeah, I had to have
overly critical on him.
I had to have a 10-minute conversation with him prior on the phone to make sure we worked all that shit out prior to coming on the show, because we didn't want to have a big, dust up on the show. But once he was on, he was a gentleman, and we were professional, and we had a great conversation.
They're saying this guy sells out for press credentials. Is that true?
Oh, but it's kind of funny because that is kind of the next segment I want to pull up here on him. He does hold back from saying what he wants to say because of that. So.
Well, it seems to me that must be changing if he's saying Gregg's got to go.
Hey, speaking of press credentials, did y'all see Meg Swanick came for Gregg's head?
Yes.
That's crazy.
Dude, but if you knew we had Meg on, what was it, 5 months ago, Brett?
Probably not even that.
4?
Somewhere.
And, it was already, there was some conversation that, she may never, ever get to ask another question at a press conference again. So maybe at this point, she's just like, fuck it. I'm writing the article,
One of us.
She's now officially one of us.
So here's Jake talking about press privileges.
It grates at me that he the way that he speaks about those moments, it's like he is the smartest. I don't know how far I
just do it
go with this, because
do it.
Like, I still want to get press credentials. I still want to go to US Games.
Oh, you don't need it.
There you go. But it's funny because we talk about this blacklist that U.S. soccer has, and we've had, obviously Winalda's been blacklisted. We've talked to Jimmy Heath, talked about being blacklisted. Herx talked about being blacklisted.
I'm blacklisted.
Derek, you've been blacklisted. Yeah, you're definitely blacklisted.
I was blacklisted back in the early 2000s, so that doesn't count. That's so long ago.
But it's we talk about it, and people are like, "Oh, there's no blacklist out there. You're being, you're having issues and whatever, blah blah blah. They just don't like what you're saying, or whatever, which is the definition of being blacklisted." But
at least they've changed it. So, for instance, I'm allowed, like, if I ask and request it, when they probably give me a pass to watch the live pressers, but they never call on me. Kind of how, like, they rarely call on Meg, and then recently not at all. And Pete has a pass to watch the pressers live, but they never. And he gave up at one point. Pete's like, well, I keep sending my questions in, and they never pick me, so I just even stopped sending them in, but I'm allowed to tune in live. I'm just not, my question's never going to be read aloud. So there you go.
Brian is asking, sweet baby Jesus, am I the only one that's losing their mind over that beeping? Who's got a fire alarm that needs a new battery is the question.
That would be you, Diego.
No, I don't have a fire alarm.
You don't have a fire alarm? That's even worse. You should at least have the bare minimum fire alarm. It's not my house.
I swear it's not.
That right there.
Maybe.
Yeah. That might be your phone beeping or something.
I don't think it's my fire alarm.
That beep is usually a indication that you need a new D battery inside the or 9 volt. Sorry,
I think you guys are hearing my camera, my door come open and closing.
Oh, there's like a squeak. Yeah, squeak.
It's been pretty consistent.
Tell them kids to leave you alone. All right.
There, right there.
If we die, we die.
Dumbass post of the week contender from Chris Gary.
This is our favorite sports lawyer.
Not Andrew again.
Yeah, Andrew.
All right. What did he say?
Here's what Andrew said.
Thinking a manager should be fired over a bad friendly is unserious behavior. Okay, well, pretty much everything you say is unserious, so it's hard to take your comment serious. But you and Colin Cowherd should get together and suck each other's nutsacks. How about that?
Amy says, thinking that this is just about one bad friendly is unserious behavior.
Thank you, Amy. Way to go.
Is it about winning 4 out of 5 continental finals he's managed?
Oh, my God. That's such a CONCACAF jerk off. I've never seen that before. He's got CONCACAF spooge all over the room. CONCACAF! Oh my God, CONCACAF! Against the worst Mexican freaking team we've seen since I've been alive.
Yeah.
Since I've been alive. This is the worst team. And then you say just recent performances, we barely scraped through into the Nations League because, we almost lost to Jamaica. Nearly got bounced against Jamaica, curb stomped against Colombia. GG is making the right decisions on player personnel, and I'm not taking anything away from the players. They need to show up. But he's not getting the most of our players. Tactics are stale and predictable. I would say so, yes.
Not sure what happened on
if you get really bored, Diego, feel free to tap out, brother, because
no, I'm reading comments and typing.
It's like 3 hours in.
I told him it was Gregg.
So we had Jake jump in, basically stating that it's semifinals or bust for him. But even then, even if he wins Copa, he's questioning whether or not he's the man to lead us into 2026.
Jake dropped in. Where on the comments?
No. Well, we just listened to him.
Oh, well, yeah, that's not jumping in. We jumped him in.
Well, I'm saying just jumped in because we brought it up just seconds ago. Kelvin also jumped in, and this is I know, Derek, you have a lot of disagreements with Kelvin.
Yeah, but he's never, blocked me or anything. No. So good for him. He's got balls. Kelvin Loyal says, after 5 years and seeing where we have been since 2022. Only winning Copa America would justify keeping Gregg. Wow, that's a big change for Kelvin. Wow, that is a big change for Kelvin. And then we got the ultimate ball licker, ball snuggler, both of Gregg's testicles in his mouth, one probably near his esophagus, so pretty deep down because Gregg's balls are small and long.
Keeping his neck warm.
Callan Coward says, young U.S. men's national team fans, young, all.
People who haven't been around since like the 90s. Clearly, they're the ones who are throwing the hissy fit about Berhalter losing a friendly.
I'm not young, Colin. Young U.S. men's national team fans are so predictable. It hurts. Hurts what? Your nutsack? Team lost a friendly it's not a meaningless friendly, asshole. In preparation for Copa, the stampede to fire Gregg Berhalter is underway. Even Liam Holden, Fallon, Beckett. Is this a lacrosse team?
Yeah, these are all like young lacrosse names. Right?
White kids. Yeah.
Did you see Barstool cook them?
Yes. We actually brought it up earlier. Are demanding they burn the house down. God, Colin Coward, stay in your lane, dude.
Man, I really hope it doesn't happen, but man, imagine they don't make it out the group.
I was telling Brett earlier.
Man, I just don't see how they don't beat Bolivia and Panama. They're so bad. I just saw Panama play because I was betting on fucking CONCACAF qualifying, World Cup qualifying. They played a really fucking tiny country. They barely squeezed by 1-0. I saw them play.
Who'd they play? Let's get that.
I don't know. This was last week.
Google it. Panama. If you put in Panama national team, national soccer team in Google, they will show you the latest 3 results. Let's find out who they played recently.
Let's see here. Yesterday they played Montserrat.
It was last week.
Montserrat.
Guyana.
How'd they play against Montserrat?
They won 3-1.
Okay, well, they gave up a goal.
That was the World Cup qualifier.
Oh, it was the Guyana game. Okay, they were struggling all game. Then they scored 2 goals in 5 minutes.
And they
won 2-0. They won 2-0.
Sounds like the USA in a couple of games.
So the thing is, a team beating the US would probably beat Guyana. I kid you not, 10-0, right?
I don't think so.
They're bad. They're bad.
You would think.
Panama struggled for 60 minutes to score a goal. Then they scored 2, and then it was 2-0. Anyways, back to my point. Panama's really bad. I also saw them against Jamaica and Mexico. They were so bad. I don't see how USA could lose to them, especially in Atlanta. That's going to be sold out. And Bolivia, man, they're so fucking bad. Bolivia just lost to the Mexico U23s using their A team.
Yeah, I mean, we should win against Bolivia.
Yeah, it should be 5-0 against Bolivia.
But we often struggle against Panama for whatever reason. So that's not a gimme. You would like to say it's a gimme. I mean, all of us would like to say, well, that's a gimme. But it's probably not with Gregg. It would be a gimme with another manager. I think we would go, yeah, this is how we're beating this team. But if Panama fall back into a Jamaican low block and do what Jamaica did to us, yeah. I mean, and they're not stupid. They're not, they're not going to be dumb. They're going to come here to win 1-0. That's it. They're going to try to.
You know what's crazy? Let's say we draw against Bolivia and Panama, and we lose to Uruguay, 2 points. Bolivia or Panama just have to beat each other. One of them just has to beat each other, and they have answered.
Correct. Right.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
So it's possible. No one's wishing for it. Oh no, not no one. Some are.
There's some people that are rooting for the U.S. to get grouped.
Yes, because they want Gregg gone.
But you know what'd be worse? Getting grouped at Copa America to Bolivia and Panama, and then not firing your coach.
Doesn't say and then keeping Gregg. Yeah.
Yeah.
Well, they've laid the foundation. Of course, they can get away with that.
I wouldn't say that it's even a guarantee Gregg gets fired if we don't get out of the group. I hate saying that, but I don't think it's 100%. I think it's more like 50%.
What, not making out the group and Gregg getting fired?
No. Yeah, if we don't make it out of the group, I still think there's a 50% chance Gregg keeps his job. I really do.
Here's the funny thing about all that, though, is you literally have every media pundit coming out saying that basically if Berhalter doesn't get out of the group, he should be fired.
Yes.
And how is U.S. Soccer obviously could just not care about the media backlash, but finally at that point, finally the media would be on our side.
But it took them so long to get there. That's the sad thing. And then Taylor Twell, in response to Colin Dummy Cowherd, who's out of his lane. Let's just put it that way. He's not he played soccer, I guess, in high school or whatever. I don't know if that's even true. I think he played football in soccer, but he played youth soccer or something like that. I don't know. But anyhow, he says, I'm not sure this is correct, Colin. The fans are reacting are the ones that have been around longer than the new ones. And since when do we qualify fandom? Why does it matter when someone became a fan ever? It's not like they are fair weather fans. It's the U.S. men's national team. That is so true. There's really no such thing as a fair weather fan. You either support the U.S. men's national team and you know what's going on, or you're a casual. Yeah. It's pretty simple. And casuals, my brother doesn't go online and look up, the news on the U.S. men's national team. My mom doesn't do that. My mom doesn't even use the internet except for a little bit on her phone. And that's not much, honestly. My dad does, but he's not looking that up.
Let's say nobody in my family even knows when the games occur until I tell them.
That's what I do too. I have to text my brother, text my mom, text Dan, text Aaron, text one of my sons, because otherwise they're going to know. And one of my sons could give no fucks, so I don't even waste my time, honestly, sending them anything. Daniel says, I'd cut someone and bring in Maloney. He's not going to fix the 11, but he's a guy who wasn't handed anything that eventually
going to fix the 11.
No one's going to fix that. Who wasn't handed anything that eventually made it to the Bundesliga through simply being a tough motherfucker. Need more squad guys that were given anything for club and country. Yeah, I mean, Maloney is another Adams. He's another Jermaine Jones. He will step on your toes. He will break your leg. He will tackle your ass to the ground. He isn't going to create anything magical, but he will support the back line and shield them from any threats. That's what Adams does.
You just need to break up the passing lanes and give it to somebody who can do something with it.
Yeah.
Get the ball from the opposition and give it to somebody else.
I need to move closer to my computer. Of course, people are saying I can't read anymore. Usually I'm all right reading, but it is somewhat, for whatever reason, it's looking very small tonight.
You do 3-hour shows now or what?
Every week.
That's
yeah, it's getting ridiculous. It really is.
We almost did a 4-hour show on Thursday.
So let's be selective about this, right, Brett? Let's be selective.
Right on. All right, let's go 20.
And then we'll call it a night, right?
Yeah. Going to 2015.
That I had Berhalter's back and I wanted him to get rehired. That's some of the comments I was getting. I'm like, what the hell are these people talking? Do your goddamn homework. I've been saying from the very beginning, no coach should have the job for more than 4 years, a World Cup cycle. That they should have. They need to hear a new voice. They need to hear different ideas and thoughts.
Unless they win it.
And now,
unless they win it.
Unless you win it.
Yeah, unless you win it.
Like
Bruce, I guess that'll be the only exception I would make if you won the World Cup.
Bruce getting us to the what is it, round of
I think that's subjective on your country's standards.
Yeah.
He got us to the last 8. That's pretty goddamn impressive.
Okay, I think it's subjective to your country's standards. Like if you shouldn't be in the top, if you shouldn't be in the final 8 of the World Cup and you make it to the final 8, you should probably get the job again.
Probably.
So Bruce got us further than anybody had before, so I understood why they gave him another 4. But then that didn't work out because 2006 was a shithole.
I was against the second cycle for Bradley. I was against it for Klinsmann, and I was against it for Berhalter.
Okay, well,
we needed somebody new. Tactics were always going to get stale. We saw it with Bruce going into 2006. Although going to 2006, obviously Bruce was doing well enough. The 2006 was kind of a surprise in the end. But
I mean, it's hard for any coach to keep anybody's attention for more than 4 years. And that goes for basketball, unless you're Mike Krzyzewski or you're Bobby Knight. Or like, I mean, there's special people, obviously, that can coach forever. But that's rare. Look how many teams Mourinho's been at. You know, it's just rare to coach anywhere for longer than 4 years. And after a while, it does get stale. The message does get old. The system gets old. Ideas are stale. And it's just, that's not even, it could be anybody practically. It's time to switch 4 years. There are only rare exceptions where you're like, this guy's so good, he could coach us forever. That's a rare thing for any EPL team, and certainly for I think after a while, Jurgen Klopp at Germany, that shit got stale. It just took longer to get to staleness. But once it did, it was really obvious Jurgen Klopp was stale at Germany, and they took way too long to get rid of him. Go ahead, Brett.
All right. So speaking of stale, they talk about the stale and stagnant system here.
Talk about how it looks comfortable. I feel like we're in a moment where, like, excuse me, if the ball goes here, we have to go here. And if the ball goes here, we have to go here. And then I look at other teams, and I'll use Colombia because they're pretty much a free-flowing team, especially with James. I feel like we're lacking sort of soccer IQ, if you will, when it comes to making adjustments. It's like, this is what it looks like on the board, and let's do it.
He got the first part right. Like, he's basically saying,
I got to go here.
The ball's already pre-programmed where you have to pass it, and you're supposed to pass it here and there. So he's seeing the same thing we are. I'm happy to say we've had 2 of the 3 of these people on the show, and I want to get the last one. I want Chuck on this show. Although Charlie might just get himself fired coming on our show. We've had Miola on, and we've had Jimmy on 3 times. We need to get Davies. We need to do some outreach, Brett. That's going to be on you with the blue check. Okay.
Gotcha.
All right. Let's get Charlie on this show. I want to let him rip. I want to let Charlie rip on this show because he's holding back, even though he's ripping there. He's holding back a little bit.
But they're what are their CBS shows? So he's got the
he's holding back just a smidge. Yeah.
All right. Here they're talking about player creativity as far as throughout the pitch, not necessarily just being like uber creative, but like just having the free flowing freedom to be creative.
Right.
That lets them believe that they can be a little bit more creative because we all have heard it and seen it weekly basis with their club teams. They look completely different than they do here. Gregg Berhalter, this is his job now to get this team to play better. If not, we have to make a move because this is not a way to go into Copa America. I never thought, I'll end with this, Jimmy. I was never of the idea or notion that Copa America would.
Real quick, this is going to go into the next one anyways of Gregg being on the hot seat.
Okay.
But
now,
again, it is that stagnant system that's stifling the creativity of all of our players.
Right. And maybe we should get Tony back on the show because I really feel like doesn't seem to be hindered either. The last thing I want to do is have people that come on our show and still will toe the party line. I don't want that. I really don't want that. So, I mean, Tony sounds like he's just saying what he wants to say, which is good.
Yep.
Would be this important for Gregg Berhalter and his job. I always thought leading into this, there's no way they're going to get rid of Gregg Berhalter after Copa America. I think that a poor Copa America could mean trouble for Gregg Berhalter.
Bam!
Yeah, and I'm going to get you.
Add another one to the list. Right?
Yep.
Add another one to the list. Like, all of a sudden, everybody's saying it. We've been saying it for a while, but,
That goes back to where Tellman was, responding to Colin and stuff like that. That whole spiel reminded me of the whole the American fan or Twitter fan base is toxic. It's toxic. Like,
Twellman.
Twellman. When Twellman was talking to Colin, I said
you said Tillman. Just saying.
Okay, I'll take your word for it.
It's getting late.
Pretty sure I said 12, but I'm not going to argue with that. That's a silly thing to argue about. We could argue about it, but it's already 3:15. So
why not?
But yeah, but that's my whole point there. Really, is that people are finally kind of getting to the points that we've been talking about 2-3 years ago. In the sense that, like, the fan base isn't toxic; they're asking questions, and now it's like, well, no, the fan base. I mean, they're experienced and they're just asking questions. Like, yeah, I know we've been saying this.
Right. I think we can skip the 3 in the back part. Like, listen, Tony Meola can talk about playing 3 in the back, a 3-5-2, and everybody else can say that all they want. I just don't think we already talked about it earlier in the show. Gregg's risk averse. He's not going to try some newfangled thing out of nowhere before Copa, and he doesn't want to get slaughtered. Charlie mentioned this. If you try a 3-5-2 out of nowhere right now, and it doesn't work, and you get 2 goals scored on you in 10 minutes, well, then this is looking like another massacre. And now you got to change the whole, you got to take a center back out and put somebody else in. Yeah, I mean,
Charlie was the voice of reason in that entire argument.
He was. Well, Tony was pretty reasonable too.
Well, he's hell bent on his 3-5-2 right now, though.
Only Conrad, well, Tony too. They both were like, it's not really a change of system. Believe me, playing a different formation is a change of the way you operate in space. It just is. I'm sorry. And throwing another center back on there when center back is like one of the worst positions we got right now. You want to throw another center back on? Is that what you want? You want another center back on? I guess. I mean, then which skilled player are you taking off?
Yeah.
So
here, I think this is Miola talking about the U.S. hitting a ceiling with Gregg.
Hey, by the way, Diego, if you're tired, man, you can go. It's cool, man. We love having you on.
I don't want to interrupt. I have to go do something.
No, go for it, dude. We love you. Have a great time. Peace out, brother, and we'll see you soon. But thanks for all your input tonight.
Watch what happens on Wednesday.
Oh, God. We'll see together. I guess we'll all watch together, and we'll know. We're covering it live here, by the way.
Yep.
We're doing play-by-play, so join us.
Well, he's going to be in Orlando, so maybe.
I think I'm going. So
yeah, you're
jump
actually
jump on at halftime if you want to say something.
Yeah, jump on at halftime.
I'll probably end up going. We'll see. I'll see how I feel. But
right, man.
Thank you for having me on. Love y'all.
Peace out, brother.
Y'all be good.
All right, you too, man.
300 viewers live now. You guys are growing. That's crazy.
658 across YouTube and Twitter right now.
Yes.
Y'all.
Love you, brother. All right, later, man.
Also, Weston to Ashton Villa. Go ahead and lock it in. It's going to happen soon.
Excellent.
Okay.
All right. I don't know.
All right.
That's the word on the street. Who knows? I only said it like a year ago, but whatever. We'll see.
Yeah, we'll see what happens. All right.
All right, bye.
All right, later, man. All right, so we'll finish up on this. What you want to jump to next?
This is Ceiling with Gregg.
Okay.
We're kind of rehashing some of our previous thoughts, but I believe we've hit a ceiling with Gregg Berhalter, and that's been on display for quite some time. And yesterday didn't help his cause. All right, we're gonna take.
He's right.
Short point, but yeah.
And he's right about being for some time.
Yeah, I'm glad that people are jumping on board. Now, I'm not saying that Jimmy's
been on board.
He's been on board, yeah. But I'm saying that about the bulk of a lot more people than not just Jimmy made the point here.
Right.
I'm glad that more people are jumping on board.
Like Tony. I'm sure Twelman's on board with that at this point. Who else did we see tonight who got on board with that?
Jake, with Jake's video.
Jake. I think Lawless thinks that Gregg's job's on the line. Mossy for certain, no doubt about Mossy. We've seen a lot of different voices tonight say what we've been trying to say. Max wouldn't say it. Oh, he kind of said it today on his show, kind of, but he didn't go all the way like we have. But if we have a shitty Copa, he's gone. I think even Betty Crocker's going to say, "Hey, Gregg can't cook muffins right now."
Sorry, I'm dying here because the chat's like,
I don't have a smoke detector.
Can we talk about how the beeping was him now?
Yes, it was.
Beeping was torture. I don't have a smoke detector.
You should have a smoke detector in your house, legally, and I would have said that online because legally you're supposed to have a smoke detector in your house.
Here's my carbon monoxide sensor. I still need to get a new one of these.
Yeah, that's not, you don't have to have one of those in, but it will help you from dying. So it's probably a good idea to have one.
Yeah, you can't smell carbon monoxide, but you can certainly die from it. Absolutely.
Yeah, you can choke at night.
Okay, 4231. Okay, here we go. This is Miola talking about the failure to adapt on the fly.
First pocket of space, then there has to be that quick identification that, okay, they're taking this away from us. How fast can we get to our plan B or plan C? We suck at that. We consistently suck at that, and that pisses me off that we can't solve problems in real time. Like, okay, cool. I'm seeing this. Hey,
Jimmy.
guys, without speaking, are you also seeing this? And are we ready to then adapt accordingly? And that gets frustrating. And that's on the coaching staff. That's on the players. And it's just, I'm frustrated, which ultimately sums up how we're all feeling. I'm hot right now.
Wait,
I'm triggered.
before that, Balogun. Where are we with Balogun? How do you feel about Balogun?
We got to get him the ball, dude. When he's on the ball.
All right, hold on. Jumps into another topic there.
Yeah.
I was too busy one to add my own scroller.
I love that Jimmy's getting this wound up. This is good. So it's not just, Charlie anymore. Now it's Jimmy. Jimmy's getting wound up. He's getting triggered, as they say on the show all the time, which is great. Because, Jimmy usually is trying to be rational and guide the conversation. I think Jimmy's just at his wit's end at this point, which is tough for Jimmy because Jimmy, he's been going through the coach's license program and, I'm sure he wants to maybe had goals to be the U.S. soccer U18 or U15 coach or whatever. And, this is going to shit all over that. Like, he's not going to be hired for that anymore. As Jermaine Jones was told when he wanted a job at U.S. Soccer, shut the fuck up, get in line, and don't say any more crazy shit. Matthew Dominguez says for $2, if we win versus Panama, Bolivia, but trounced, I'm guessing, by Uruguay and Brazil, he stays. It just depends. I think that for me personally, as you all know, I want Gregg out regardless at this point. But, will that give Betty Crocker enough impotence to make a move? I don't know. I think Betty Crocker might just stick with Gregg if we get out of the group, period. I think he might.
I think if you get out of the group, we're keeping this isn't my personal opinion, but if we get out of the group, I think USSF is going to keep Gregg.
Yeah, I just don't see Betty Crocker going, get rid of Gregg, and now I got all this work to do. And I got to go hire those guys. What were they called? The dudes that they hired to do all the
sportsology or whatever.
Sportsology. Got to hire them again. Got to spend more money making these guys go through a 3-hour, 5-hour mental test of their mental abilities and their leadership skills. Does he really want to go through all that again? And who wants to go through that? What coach wants to go through that? I hope that sportsology thing is over. I don't know how long that contract was, but I hope that contract's over because that's a joke. Those people are full of shit. The sportsology people, they're just full of shit. Like, you don't need that. Let's go old school. Let's interview somebody who's got a great resume. That's all I'm asking. Great resume. Why do I need to take all these contests anymore? But it's not alone. Lots of businesses do this now too.
You should, but at that point, you should have who you want in mind. Go and ask them, hey, Paul, do you want to coach U.S. men's national team? Sure. Well, this is what we can offer you. I'll pass. And then you have a backup at that point. What's up with the interviewing process as a whole? You should know who you want at that point.
Yeah, you should know who you want, and the interview should almost be like 10 minutes. Yeah. I mean, honestly, if
you should be negotiating the contract at that point, really.
Just look at the guy's record. Is he successful at what he does? That's really when I was hiring, that's what I looked at. Hey, what did you accomplish at your last job? Oh, that, this, and that. And then I call some references and yep, that's true. And in this case, it's public record. So I don't need to call references, right? You don't need to. You know what they've accomplished. You might want to make sure they don't have any, weird shit behind the scenes, like a public record where they, molested a kid or beat up their wife or anything. Oh shit, that's probably not the best thing to say there. Now that we're talking about Berhalter, but because that didn't seem to matter, because it was 20 years ago. But other than that, you should know who you want. Leverdad for 199 says, "Our players need more blame. Soft with GGG Shield." No, they are soft. We'll get to that. And
absolutely.
We did say it. We don't have any Jermaine Joneses on this team or Dempsey's, especially if Adams is not there. Adams is our only link back to the Dempseys and Jermaine Joneses of the other era. He's the only one who goes hard, goes out there and he'll cut a guy down. He'll make that foul that's necessary to make. We don't have any of those guys. And, he's also the only guy that holds the team. When they fuck up, he's in their face. That's what Jermaine Jones used to do too, out there, by the way, and in the locker room. And people were scared of Jermaine. I don't think anybody's scared of Adams, but they're certainly scared of him. McBride talked about these instances that he can't quote, but he said, "Yeah, Adams will get in your face. He will let you know you're gonna," right? Mm-hmm. Al Weinstein for $4.99. Two positives: Joe and Haji. Yeah, I mean Haji for sure. Joe played great defense or good defense. I think you said effective.
Yeah.
Derek, Mary F. Kill, Liz Warren, Megan, Peppy. I would marry Meg. I guess I would have to fuck Liz Warren because I'm not fucking Peppy. And then don't really want to kill Peppy. I would just let him loose.
In Minecraft.
I'd put him on a boat and send him to Australia. I wouldn't kill him. Mercy, mercy, mercy. But yeah, Peppy, not my type.
Oh, look at that.
I saw a girl comment in the chat like 2.5 hours ago. That's probably Brett's stepsister. All right.
Here we go. We're talking about Ballo not being the 9 or a 9. Let me rephrase that.
Oh yeah, this is Dave.
He is not a lone striker. He is not a 9 in terms of. You need someone who's going to play as a lone striker to have the strength to hold up the ball and basically occupy two center backs. He is not that guy. He's not going to win any aerial balls. He's not going to bring down balls with center backs draped all over him. He doesn't have that low center of gravity and strength to hold off these big center backs. That's not his game.
Okay,
that's when you bring players into the game. If you have that big target, or you're creating more space because they occupy.
Tony's like 3-5-2, 3-5-2. Now listen, I'm fine with him saying that. It's just not going to happen. That's all.
Yeah,
I'm all with Miola, but it ain't happening. And don't ask us in the chat to pick between Tact and Pete. We're not doing that. That is not happening. We are not picking between Tact and Pete. So as you haven't noticed, there's a little like friendship alliance. It's not, we don't have a formal name for it, but we've known each other for a long time. The three of us, the three shows. So
I was gonna say, wait, three of us. Who's being left out now?
Yeah,
you did somebody, didn't you?
All together, there's four of us. But yeah, we're not busting on anybody. I mean, we disagree with Tact and Pete plenty of times. We had Tact come on with and have a debate with us on something we disagree with, and I think we actually won that because Reyna didn't get injured, right?
Not injury prone.
Right, he's not injury prone. So we won that part of the debate. I ended up having to eat crow because Reyna didn't play as much as I thought he would at Nottingham Forest. So I came on live the show and I ate crow. And that's the second time I've ate crow on the show in 3 years. All right. When we're wrong here, we admit we're wrong. And then we publicly say we're wrong. That's how it goes.
B-Mar says, hard to get injured when you don't play. In fairness, Areola got injured. That allowed Weah to play over top of him now during the pre-match warm-up. So
when you say over top of him, is that some sort of gross thing you're talking about?
Well, it's not necessarily gross.
Hey, remember when
love is love. Okay, come down.
Well, remember when Gonzalez went off to Frankfurt to try out for the team and they were going to sign him in his second practice against Timmy Chandler? Timmy Chandler broke Omar's leg. So even in practice, you can get, that's how Des got injured in practice. Practice? We talk about practice? Yeah, you can get injured in practice. But, you know, Reyna managed to get through practice and a handful of games without getting injured. So that's good.
But yeah, so we've been saying this about Ballo for the longest time, is that he's not gonna fit Berhalter's system. And it's quite frankly, and I was gonna say this earlier when Diego was on and everything like that, but quite frankly, I think, or maybe when we talked about Balogun earlier, but we talked about this before. I'm not sure whose idea this was initially, but Balogun in the Weah role, assuming Weah is not there or whatever, but Balogun out wide would be more beneficial to Balogun's playing style than playing as the 9.
Brett, keep talking about this for 10 seconds. I'll be right back.
Just given how Balogun plays, he's not going to be that play. And I know people are saying, I know somebody said that you're selling Balogun short, but he's not. It's not his style. He's not going to play with his back to the goal, holding up the play. He can try to do it, and he does it from time to time. But ultimately, there's a reason why players like Pepe are more successful in the system, under Berhalter's system.
And that's a relative term, by the way.
Yeah.
Successful.
And Sargent, when he's able to play, is the overall Berhalter-esque 9.
Right, even though he hasn't gotten many chances forever since the World Cup because of injuries. So, and he was the best center forward for us at the World Cup, I think, Sargent. I think that's fair. Yeah. I think that's fair to say. I think he played the role Gregg wanted better than anybody else did. Haji got that clip-in goal. But other than that, Ferreira's completely impotent during the World Cup and scared. And I mean, Sargent held his own and until he got injured. Yeah.
Gregg was confused with Holland because Netherlands are the same size of a tiny Caribbean island, but it's not a Caribbean island. So
they have their own Caribbean islands.
Yeah.
They still do. The Dutch West Indies, not called that anymore, but yeah. Anyhow, what else we got? We got
playing in a low block.
Brazil. So would you have a problem? Would either of you have a problem if Gregg said, okay, we're going to sit in a low block tonight. We're going to become a counterattacking team.
It's not happening. Not going to happen. No.
We've talked about this many times, and there's an interview with what's his face, Houston's old school goalkeeper from like 2006, Onstad. Onstad mentioned when he was an assistant with Berhalter that they were up in New York, and they played a direct style counterattacking ball and beat New York. And Berhalter came back saying, "We will never play like that again."
Yeah, like it offended his soccer genitals, like something deep in his balls said, "That's an offensive way to play soccer. Counterattacking soccer is offensive." I mean, I just cannot believe we're in a day and age when, like, he's so focused on making it beautiful and glistening and it looks slick and fuck all that. Just win. I don't give a shit how you get it done.
Counterattacking is so 2002. Come on.
It's so 2000. When did Bradley do it against Spain? Was that
2009?
Yeah. Okay. Well, yeah, I guess it's old. So it's the 4-4-2, which no one uses anymore, or almost nobody. But how about thinking about it? Like, how about considering playing something where you got 4 midfielders instead of just 3?
Didn't Japan play 4-4-2 against us before the World Cup?
Yes.
So people play it, just not the elites of the elites, if you will.
Not everybody plays it. Like I said, there are a handful of teams that still do it. But for the most part, it is a shunned formation. I don't know why. No formation should be shunned, except maybe if you're playing a 1-1-1-1-1-1-1-1-1-1. That seems pretty goofy.
What about the 2-4-4?
Yeah, that seems pretty goofy too, unless that's sort of a, I don't know how that works. Yeah, okay. But most rational formations should be still viable today, and they're just not. Mm-hmm. They're just not. There's just a handful of different formations you're allowed to use, and there's only apparently a handful of different ways you're allowed to play, which is ridiculous. And apparently Gregg has, outside of England, not figured out how to be pragmatic against teams that are better than us at being technical. Like Colombia is just, listen, even the players that don't play in the top 5 league on Colombia play in Brazil. So it's not like they play in a total shit squad league. They play in a good league. They're going to be technical players. You go to Brazil. Remember when Freddie Adu went to Brazil to buy? How many times did he get to play? Not much. And was actually, if one thing you can say about Freddie was he was decently technical, but not good enough for Brazil to play in Brazil. So, but that's an outlier comparison. It's not fair because Freddie was not invested personally in playing soccer. Kevin Durham for $9.99. Thank you, Kevin. We appreciate almost all 700 of you that have been here tonight. It's been great. Make sure you like, subscribe, share it with your grandma, send a copy of it to your stepsister.
Hit that notification bell.
With our regards. The amount of people watching on both YouTube and Twitter just shows how big this build-up is. Right now, it's all about Copa. 2026 can wait. I agree, Kevin, and we've been hammering that home here. Fuck 2026. We got plenty of time. That's 2 years away.
Yeah.
Brett could have another 2 children before the next World Cup.
Don't you put that evil on me, Ricky Bobby.
But I know, EB, and you want nothing to do with more children, and I get it. Why? 2's enough, brother. 2's enough. Trust me. And you know it, too. 2's...
Venture off to the doctor and get the sniff soon.
2 kids is enough. I never did that, actually.
I don't want to take a chance.
But, my ex-wife stayed on the pill, which didn't work one time, so we almost had another one. So you're right. Maybe just go get the snip. My dad tells me it's like you're in and out. It's really fast.
You go in Friday. they solder.
Yeah.
And then you leave. You put some ice on your balls all weekend, and then you go back to work on Monday.
Yeah, that's what I hear. And now I don't need it because I never intend on having sex with another woman again in my life, which is great. I love the idea that that's never going to happen again, and I don't need it. I've done my fair share. So it's time to move on, right? And some people, that's so depressing. Like my mom's like, oh, you're never going to meet another woman? You want to get remarried? No, I don't. I don't need the drama. Thank you. I'm done. I'm just done. And I'm fine with it. I'm absolutely fine with it. And you know what? It's not like the kids today. Look at the kids today. They can't figure out how to have sex with each other. The younger generation. That's sad. Because we were all fucking like bunnies when I was young. We were all in college. It was just a bunny fest.
I was going to say, Derek, there's a growing population of young men who simply just aren't going around having sex with women. That opens the door for you to get a 20-something-year-old, weekend toy.
If I thought that were possible, I'd think about it, but it's not possible. Look at me, Brett. Do you think I'm gonna get a 22-year-old girl?
Yeah, just say, hey, I got money for pot.
I mean, I'm not having sex with any 50-year-old women. I can tell you that. All right. Anyhow, let's move on. No offense to 50-year-old women. I'm sure there's some really beautiful 50-year-old women. I'm sure there are. I'm just not interested. I'm not interested.
That's all. We got talking about Joe Scally here.
And you're like, okay, I have to sacrifice a little bit here because Diaz is the player that he is, right? So maybe I sacrifice some attacking on the right-hand side for getting down the left-hand side where we think we can exploit them. If that were the case, I'd actually feel more comfortable that was part of the game plan. But going forward, I don't think Joe Scally's going to give you the same dimension that Serginho Dest is going to give you.
That's all our people down there commenting on this show. S27, Winkley. Shout out to all you brothers out there that watch our show too. You're hanging out there and commenting. I love that. I love seeing that. Spreading the word, the gospel that you believe in. Not necessarily our gospel, but just, hey, what you believe, and that's important. But yeah. So I don't know.
I mean, but that's the problem, right? We've talked about this, and they even talked about this earlier in the show, I think Chuck went on a rant about Scally and how he didn't. While he was solid enough in the defense, he offered nothing in the attack. But we all know that.
Yeah, we already
This
knew it.
isn't rocket science, guys. And I know you're making a point. Well, do we make sacrifices in the attack in order to shore up the defense on the right hand side? Our other option is to move, or and I'm sure we're going to try it against Brazil, is to move a midfielder or Weah back to the back.
Could be.
Can open up a spot up top into the attack, and Weah's not like for Dest either. Dest is its own beast.
And then you might have to have Musa covering Vinny. That'll be interesting to see if it happens. So,
yeah.
But rough going for him as a first test before going into Copa. But we were told that Gregg was going to test some people at right back, but then he just let Scally play right back the whole game. So you were saying it might be for Scally to hang himself, and I don't think he did. I think he played solid defense. He was just useless going forward. That's all.
I think again, we talked about the Chris Richards comment in his presser. I suspect, and then Diego also mentioned that he believes that Gregg's going to make like 5 changes. It's possible.
I doubt that.
I don't know how much is 5. Maybe
no way.
Maybe it's Scally, Horvath, CCV, Miles.
CCV after the way he just played? No way.
I'm throwing out names here. Maybe Weah takes the break, and maybe Weah gets pushed back to right back, and then you have Pulisic and Haji up top.
I mean, you could, but I don't think it's 5 players. No way.
Yeah, it'd be a quick turnaround, and after losing 5-1, I don't know if Gregg's going to want to gamble on another potential slaughtering.
Because Gregg is when he lays his head down on his hotel pillow at night. He's thinking, okay, well, that can't happen again. What am I going to do to make sure that's not going to happen again? I'm certainly not bringing all the guys that came off the bench in the 70th minute in the second half who got my ass smeared 5-1. I'm not starting any of those dudes. Are you kidding me? No way. That is not happening. It's just not. 666. We got 666 people. Satan.
Mark of the beast. Mark of the beast.
The Satan is watching her. I love when we were talking about sex and 50-year-old women and all that. Someone was like, what are we talking about on this show? That must be a new person. We talk about that shit on the show constantly. So we have a good time. We have a good time here.
Yeah. All right. So we're going to talk about how soft our team is.
Cream cheese.
How about you, silver lining? Because this team is starting to look like they're getting a little soft, and what those other teams had were some balls, right? They had a little something to them that even in doing some adversity, how they responded to mistakes or performances or anything in game, they were going to at least fight and have kind of that punch. And I don't think we saw any of that yesterday, and that makes me a little concerned.
Yeah, that's soft. He says soft, and then Davies is like, yeah, they are soft.
Yeah, I mean, again, definitely something we've all noticed and we've all said. You guys are playing. There's no bite. There's no aggressiveness. You guys are out there on the pitch, and that's about it.
I mean, listen, what's Gregg going to do? Go out there and fight like African dogs or like tigers? Like, he's not capable of firing these guys up. That's not his thing. So that's just not going to, he's not going to get a Jesse Marsh or a Bruce Arena speech or a Klinsmann halftime speech, which I hear can be pretty brutal and pretty German, i.e. I don't care about your feelings. I mean, that's pretty German. Being a German, I know that. Being a German American, I know that praise is not something given out lightly and was very rare. Not that Klinsmann would get outwardly angry, but he would yell. Bruce could be pretty out there. He could, you know, he could say a few things that were pretty harsh in the locker room about how they're playing. He'd say things like, you know, that was one of the worst shitty halves I've ever seen in my life. And we're not going to go out there and embarrass ourselves like that again. So you guys got to pull your shit together. I read that as a quote. Even Bob Bradley, he would, individually go and talk with the 3 players he thought were fucking up, and he'd say, if you don't fix that, you're out. I'm pulling you. I don't know if that happens with Gregg. I mean, he will pull you. He pulled Scally in that one game, right?
It's Jamaica, yeah.
Yeah, he pulled Scally at halftime and said, you're out. You fucked up. You're out. You're done. I'm going to try something else. So he can be, but it's more passive aggressive. I don't think there's a halftime speech where he chews you out, chews the team out. I'd love to see that in behind the scenes, U.S. Soccer. If it exists, I'd love to see it. I don't think it exists. So you don't need to be fucking Bobby Knight, but on occasion, you have to show some emotion.
Yeah.
Like Jesse Marsh did. And that fake emotion about African dogs and
we're African dogs.
The way we're going to change the way America views American soccer. All that is pre-planned. That's not from the gut. That's not what we're talking about here. It needs to come from the gut at halftime. You need to be able to chew the guys out like Jesse Marsh did to the Red Bull Salzburg guys. Like that, you could tell, was a place of passion for Jesse. He was upset. He was angry. He was saying, why are you guys being a bunch of pussies? I know this team's great. So what? We're not pieces of shit. Let's go out there and give them the best we got. And right now, you're not doing it.
Go out there and bust your butt. Otherwise, you're not getting called in next window.
Just don't throw a shoe at me.
Yeah.
Well,
all right. Last bit here.
Okay.
I don't remember who mentions it, but it's the embarrassing leadership issues.
We've seen them play, and they got embarrassed. And it's not even the scoreline, which clearly reflects that. It's more about the intensity, the willpower. If you're down even 3-1-4, where's the guys coming in and be like, that's enough? Like, I'll take a red. Not necessarily.
Not a red.
I'm gonna
go in on a tackle. Let's
go in on a tackle. Take a yellow, but not a red.
I think you mentioned it earlier in the stats. You're looking at Colombia had like 13 fouls. U.S. had like 4.
It was something like that. Yeah, it was crazy.
Get some dirt on your fucking your socks. Go down on that shit.
Yeah, get some dirt on your shirt. Wipe it off. But yeah, nobody was willing on our team to let the other team know that we were there and we were there and we were serious. And that's, when in the Klinsmann days, we relied on Jermaine Jones to do that. And in the Bradley days, even Bradley would pull that off, right? He would get dirty on occasion. Dempsey would get dirty on occasion. We would find somebody who would play dirty, at least a little, to step on the toes of the other team. That's what we need. We need a little grit. We need a little grime. We need a little bit of that nastiness. And only Adams is bringing that to the table right now. And that's just not enough. And Pulisic, his role is not to be tackling motherfuckers. So he can't really lead by example there. So
you got to watch out doing this motion real fast. Somebody's going to clip you just doing that real quick.
Oh, is that what I was doing?
It looked like you were just doing this.
I know. Look how wide my hand is.
Yeah.
So it's a large.
It's 12 inches around. Think about it.
It's quite a large thing, whatever it is. Quite a large cucumber. All right, Matthew Dominguez.
Hold on, real quick before we get to Matthew. So Colin made a comment, a lot of comments early on in the show, but he talked about maybe we need to look at some other players. The problem is obviously the 26 we have, 24 to 25 of them are probably our best players. So the bigger question is, do you bring in somebody who might have those aspects like the bite, somebody who's going to be getting in your face type of thing,
Maloney,
but maybe lacks some of the composure or skill set that another player like say Cardoso would have in the midfield. If we're going to talk about Maloney, although I think Maloney's perfectly fine in comparison.
Yeah, lack of composure doesn't. That's not.
I'm talking about like say if there were an MLS player that, Bedoya's a great example here. We talked about this. I know, too old now. I'm just saying he was a prime example of last cycle where people were like, we should have been bringing in. Missing out on that workhorse in the midfield.
Yeah, that was a crime.
But my point there is that there may be somebody in MLS that brings that energy, that bite, that I'm going to pull a yellow card and I don't give a fuck, but I'm not going to start every game type of thing.
Can't think of one.
So I'm just spitballing ideas here because there has to be somebody. Because we can't just look at a player like Mihailovic who doesn't bring any bite, and he's lacking certain aspects of skill compared to the batch. Matt Miazga, there we go.
Yeah, he's kind of nasty.
Just do it outside the box, right?
I like his nastiness. But yeah, I don't know. I mean, Miazga's the only one I can think out as a center back nasty guy. But we do need nastiness. We need to bring some nastiness. But I think Maloney brings that nastiness. Is he a leader? Probably not. You know, his English is fairly rudimentary. But it's good enough. He can pass. He can speak it. So he can communicate with his teammates. He's not going to come out and be a leader right away. But why he's not on this team is, and not even considered, by the way. Gregg totally blew Maloney off in that first interview after the call-up. He's like, almost like he was not even considered. I don't get it. Because he's a destroyer, he's a nasty guy, and we need somebody. If Adams can't go more than 45 a game, we need somebody else who can come in and do the nasty, dirty work. And asking Cardoso to do that is not fair to Cardoso because that is not who he is. He is not a destroyer. He's not Mr. Dirty. He's not going to be breaking people's legs or bowling people over. That's just not his thing. He's talented. He's got skills. He's an 8. He could even play a 10. I've said that before if you really needed him to. He's a skilled player. He's not a dirty, rotten scoundrel. And that's what you need in front of Gregg's back four if you want to give everybody else the freedom to attack on the wings and the left back and the right back moving up fucking way up the field. You need a dirty, rotten scoundrel protecting your back too at center back. That's what you need.
Yep.
Cardoso's not that.
Yeah, Fumar mentions McKinney got his kit ripped in the Mexico game. But as Brian follows up, he goes, yeah, but they hate Mexico.
Well,
so it's easy for that. You saw Dest get up in there with Mexico, although he ended up getting a red card. You know, we saw Dest.
That's not the same thing as being. That's not the same thing as being. Dest, what Dest does is loses self-control.
Yeah.
That's not the same thing as being a dirty, rotten scoundrel in the middle of the field. That's calculated. That's somebody who's got his shit together like Adams. And what Maloney does for Heidenheim, that's planned. That is not just raw emotion. When Dest loses his shit, he's losing his shit. Adams doesn't lose his shit, and Maloney does not. They play aggressive because they're aggressive guys, not because they're pissed. And the same thing is the problem with McKennie. It's really hard. You got to wind McKennie up before he's going to get that nasty. And, it's not his nature. It's just not his nature.
BMR brings up Kellen Acosta, and I'll say one thing I miss about Kellen's game is
set pieces.
Well, that too, I guess. Much more than Pulisic, put it that way. But now that we have Reyna, we don't necessarily need to rely on Kellen's set pieces. But I miss Kellen's shithousery. How he'd always be like when there's a PK, he'd always be up there icing it for the next 3 or 4 minutes. Always just walking over, getting in somebody's face. Just the stuff that not warranting a foul or anything like that, but it's just it's pissing off the other team.
He's not really a destroyer either, though. Not.
Oh, I agree. No, I agree. 100%.
So.
Yeah. And we're seeing that with Chicago, Derek.
Yeah, exactly. You guys are having a rough season
we paid
again.
We paid good gam and tam for him, and they didn't pan out at all.
Yeah,
well, it's not that he hasn't panned out. It's just the entire team hasn't panned out, right?
Yeah, I know we're sounding like Maloney simps here, or like we're sucking Maloney's ball sack, but
that's been happening for the last year. We were the only ones who consistently watched all of Heidenheim's games.
All the Heidenheim games.
Every week we're sitting there going oh, Maloney did a great job. He did his job. He cut off those lanes. He was very quick. He covered a lot of ground.
I mean,
every fucking week we were talking about it. People are like, what the hell is it? Why are they talking about Maloney all the time?
People don't understand how small of a town Heidenheim is and how small of a team that is. And that when Maloney was gone, Heidenheim looked like garbage without him. He was their Adams. That's what he was. And if you're Gregg and you don't see that, then that's on you. Because if you're asking Cardoso to be Adams, that's not fair to Cardoso. It's just not. That's not what he does. He's not a killer. He's not an inglorious bastard, as they say. So,
somebody, hold on real quick. Boomer was talking about how Reyna almost started the brawl versus Thunder as a Nations League. You know what?
That's hot-headed again. That's not the same thing.
So the funny thing is, I looked at that quote or that tweet, or not tweet, but that comment in our comment section, and I started thinking, I'm like, man, with Gregg coming back, I feel like Reyna is like Jamie Tart at the very beginning of season 2, where all of a sudden he's kind of being asked to be a team player and do this and do that, and then about halfway through, you know, Roy's like, no, we just need him to be. He's a dick. Let him be a dick. You know.
Yeah.
You know, Reyna's creative, and he's gonna, you know, piss people off. Let him piss people off.
Yeah, I mean, listen, that's not what Reyna's going to normally do. The thing that, and here's the distinction. I want to be really clear about this. Dest is a hothead. Reyna can be a hothead. McKennie, you have to push him to the edge to get that aggressive. But Maloney and Adams, they're calculated. It's not hot-headed. They're just nasty because they're nasty. And it's part of their game. It's not like they get upset, you know, out of nowhere or anything like that. They're very cool and calm collected. They know exactly what they're doing when they blast a guy's legs from under them and take the yellow. That's a plan. That's not hot-headedness. That's just who they are as a player. And you got to know that distinction. Hotheads will get you red cards, Dest.
Do you remember? Right? Do you remember when Adams was with Leeds? Every week we'd talk about how Adams got in the face of this player or whatever.
Right.
There's a crunching tackle. Some words were thrown, and Adams was in the face of somebody, and everyone's like, "What? Why is he doing that?" I'm like, It's to get in the head of the opposition.
It's
I mean, they're
totally
going to fuck them up.
That's totally calculated by Adams. He is building a narrative. I hate using that fucking word, but he's building the story that, hey, don't fuck with me. Don't fuck with me. I'm not a player you can fuck with. And that's different than when Dest blows a gasket. Okay? That's just hot-headedness. That we don't need. We need calculated. Maloney. Man, he'd be barking at his players constantly at Heidenheim. You know, telling them, hey, motherfucker, do this. Motherfucker, do that. Hey, why aren't you over here? I mean, he was the team leader of that team in most cases. Well, at least on the defense he was.
Yeah.
It was calculated, though. He never blew a gasket during the season. Did he take some motherfuckers out during the season? Yes, he did. Did he clip some motherfuckers? Did he break maybe a possible ankle or two? He probably did. Hurt some people. But he's a bastard. But it's all bastard by plan, not blow a gasket. We don't need blow a gasket in the middle. And even Jermaine Jones, as he got older, had to learn, okay, because he used to be a hothead, right, early on in his career. At Schalke, he'd get the red cards all the time. For us, I can't remember him ever getting a red card for us. Like, he cooled it down. You break your ankle or come close to breaking your ankle, but it was a calculation on his part.
Yeah.
Right. He'd throw that ankle in and take you out, but it was never, he always knew, I'm not going to do anything to get a red. I'll take this guy out, but it'll be a yellow. I'm not going to go, studs up at this guy's leg. It was calculated, and that's what we need. Calculated bastardism, not hotheads. We don't need that. We don't even have any hotheads except for Dest. Dest is like the only hothead we have. And like once in a blue moon, Reyna blows a gasket.
Yeah.
But, that's it. Matthew Dominguez for $2. Richards rolled his eyes a lot at the GGG quotes. I mean, he rolls his eyes a lot anyhow. So sometimes I'm not sure what he's rolling his eyes at. I really sometimes don't know. Like Richards could be perma-stoned for all I know. That's how cool of a character he is and how he's kind of laid back. It's kind of like, Brett, did you ever have Jared Dubois on the show? No. Jared Dubois basically said he can't come on our show. Not because he doesn't like us, but because
scheduling conflicts.
Their shows are on Mondays and Thursdays about the same time our show's on. And so we can't do it. And the only way we're going to be able to do it is to reschedule it for a Wednesday. And then, he's being humble. He's like, oh, I can't do like an hour show with you guys. I can't talk for an hour with you guys. I have nothing I am that important to say. I'm like, dude, you'll be fine. You'll be fine. But it didn't work.
I can't talk for an hour as we're 10 seconds away from 4 hours.
That's okay. We're going to work on getting Charlie Davies on here. We have both of his other co-hosts on here. In the last show with Miola's been on here. Conrad's been on here twice. Well, we haven't really shot for Davies before. But you know what? We finally shot for Winalda. We got Winalda on. We were able to get Lawless on as well. We've been talking about them for a while. So I think Davies is perfectly capable.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, the only problem for Charlie is we're going to let it rip. And he's going to have to watch himself because there's only so much he can say without. Because listen, Jimmy will let him know. Oh, Jimmy's like, don't go that far, Christ Almighty.
Yeah, we'll just keep pushing, right? We'll just keep
we
pushing.
won't. We'll let Charlie say whatever the hell he wants. Brett and Derek, what's the chance we get a live during the? It is a chance. It's not only a chance. We're getting it.
Waiting to happen, yeah.
And this is no offense to what Pete and Tack do on their live. If you want to watch Pete and Tack live, that's cool. We're totally for it. Go do it. But we're the other option that night. There might be others, but we just bring a different vibe.
Well, and I know Tack's going. I know Tack's going to the game. I don't know what Pete's up to.
So maybe Pete's doing it live all by himself. We should just invite him on our show and he can just hang out with us. And if that's the case, we'll have to figure that out. I'll text Pete after the show's over. It's only 9:00 there, 9:16. But yeah, we're going to do it live. We always have a great time. We're a little outspoken. If you're new to the show, we cuss, we swear, we say some unruly things. Don't have children in the room, probably.
Headphones at all time. BMR wants to go to 5 hours. Derek, you got it?
Oh Jesus, no. This is the
I
end.
don't have the content for another hour.
You ever heard that song? This is the end.
Although we never did cover the Berhalter presser, but
there's not anything in there worth covering.
Yeah.
There's really in that Berhalter presser outside of we did cover it. He basically blamed the players. Yep. There you go. We're back to 666, by the way.
Sweet.
Yeah, I'm surprised how fast 4 hours goes. My voice is certainly going out at this point. But it was a great 4 hours. Thank you all for being here and showing up all at one point. I guess almost 700 of you. That was pretty awesome. That's probably a new record here.
Absolutely.
And we will be back to cover on Wednesday the show live. I think we'll start. The coverage starts at 7, but I don't think we'll start until 7:30, Brett?
Yeah, the U.S. Soccer says the show it starts at 7. Is that kickoff?
No, kickoff that's the show starts at 7, I believe, in the kickoff. Well, yeah, let's look it up to make sure.
U.S. Soccer says it's at 7 p.m.
Okay, we'll probably be on at 6:45 would be my guess. 15 minutes before the game starts. Does that work for you on Wednesday?
I'll literally be home for about 15 minutes from Chuck's gymnastics class. So
okay. By the way, Chuck's is your daughter, so people don't think you're taking your. Yeah, not that if he
I'm taking Charlie Davies to gymnastics.
Just so people don't think you're taking Charlie Davies to gymnastics practice. Also, I don't think there's a problem if your son actually went to gymnastics. That'd be fine too.
There's an old guy's course that you can take. And he talked about when to do it. I mean, you go around tumbling around somersaults and you jump into foam pits. I mean, what's not to like it? It's like people pay good money for that. People do pay good money for that, especially. But
I bet. Yes, all these camps and whatever summer camps, those are expensive as shit. So her name is Charlie.
Yeah. So her name's Charlie. But we call her Charlie. We call her Charles. We call her Chuck Schwa. Charles Barkley. All sorts of stuff.
And your son's name is
Jackson.
So yeah,
Jack Attack, Action Jackson, Pterodactyl. We barely call him by their real name, guys. Charlie Brown, absolutely do Charlie Brown.
That's
we
great.
we've been trying to get Charlie to dress up as Chucky one Halloween.
So my son's names were Christopher. I mean, that's about as normal as it gets in Nicholas. So those were really normal names, classic names. Yours are more creative. So there you go. Does the wife?
If my wife gets triggered by all the stepsister stuff? No. If you guys recall, we did an animated video of Derek buying a sex doll and getting assaulted by the sex doll, actually.
Right.
And Evie participated in that. Basically, asking me why I took my Get mask off and to go buy a 10-incher. So she's fully aware of the stuff that we bring up in our show. And the funny thing is, Jackson used to tell his friends that I'm a YouTuber, which I tell him, don't tell him anymore. No, stop it. But my mother-in-law, because Jackson was watching the show with the audio off, and my mother-in-law comes in, what are you watching? Oh, I'm watching Dad's show. And I'm not sure what you're going to get with the audio off by any means, but
thank God.
But she's like, here, I'm gonna go ahead and give it a listen just to see what's up. And she listens for like 10 minutes of the show, and she goes, there are more F-bombs dropped in that 10 minutes than I've heard in a year.
And God knows what we were talking about either.
Yeah,
that's the scariest part. It could have been anything from vaginas to who knows, It's a scary thing. So don't play this around your kids. All right.
Yeah.
But share it with your stepsister and your grandma, especially with your stepsister, because some people's stepsisters were here tonight and did comment on the show, and we do appreciate that. We love all the stepsisters, and we think you should be set free along with your stepbrothers to do what's necessary to be happy. We will be back on Wednesday live at 6:45.
We'll aim for 6:45.
Okay.
Before kickoff, I guess.
6:45-ish. We will be covering play-by-play. We will be doing color and play-by-play live. And we hope you join us. It'll be fun. Until then, have a great next couple days. Go USA. Good night.
That hurt.
Then what is this thing?
Gio should never play for U.S. men's national team again because of the action of his parents.
What an idiot!